by system of raised hands. We encourage everyone to have a voice. Thank you for your patience while we finish setting up. Tonight's space is expected to run 120 minutes. This show is presented by CapMMA.com, the best place to get MMA moneyline odds.
What's happening, Trace?
How's it going, Joe?
Not bad, not bad.
I need a few more minutes, brother. I'm still getting a few things out, and then I'll jump back on mic. I can go ahead and get Garrett through onto the mic as well, though, and then we'll wait a few more minutes and get a little bit more crowd. But if you got anything for us, start us off. We'll jump right into that.
Man, I got a stacked deal. There's only a couple of us here. This is one that won't go too crazy. So Jake Paul fought that guy this weekend, whatever that guy's name was. I say it that way on purpose. And he knocked him out first round or whatever. And then I believe it was at the post-fight presser. Jake started talking about wanting to fight an MMA fighter. And he said, anyone that can get out of their UFC contract, I'll fight. That's easy work as far as I'm concerned. I do want to fight in a PFL MMA match, but it has to be the right opponent. But Nick Diaz ducked my $15 million offer, so we'll see. And then someone in the crowd, I read the transcript, says, what about Tony Ferguson? And he said, I don't want to see him go out like that. It would be really sad. He's a great guy. We don't want that for Tony. Like, all right, I get that Tony is past his prime. And like I've even said, I don't want to see Tony fight no more. But now Jake Paul's taking a stand that he would retire Tony Ferguson. Like, bro, go fight somebody your age and your size with your experience at whatever you want to fight them at. But like, stop. I don't know. I don't like the Jake Paul manipulation, I guess, is my problem with all of it. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with Jake boxing, fighting, doing whatever he wants to do. I'm not an automatic hater about it all, but I'm having a hard time getting on board with that one at all. Man, I see Garrett is on the mic. Garrett, welcome to the space.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Just got home. Yeah, it's interesting about the Jake Paul, Tony Ferguson, I guess call out. I mean, that's not terrible for Tony Ferguson. Like, yeah, we say that we don't want this guy to go out that way, but I mean, like, who else is gonna fight that's gonna get that amount of viewership other than like Conor McGregor? You know, he got Paddy Pimblett fight, but I feel like fighting Jake Paul would be probably the best bang for his buck. To be honest with you.
No, I get it. It would be a bag. I don't disagree with that at all. I guess my problem is I don't know. Like, I don't have a problem with the bag. I just feel like I don't want to see Jake targeting someone like Tony, who I feel like would be greatly outsized in that fight. And I mean, like, I like Tony. I just think he's past his prime. You know, like, that's not an insult. It doesn't mean he has no fight left in him.
Yeah, but you also know that MMA is a different game. So that might just be a walk in the park for Tony. You can just take. I mean, if you can get him to the ground, I don't know how Jake Paul's wrestling defense is at all, but you know, your first MMA fight, it's always like way more hectic than probably a boxing match, especially if you're used to a boxing match. But either way, man, I'd like to see Tony get his bag for sure. But yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for letting me hop on here and talk to you guys and get to know everybody.
Man, I heard you got booked up, huh? You were like, I need some interviews, and MMA Twitter blew your ass up,
Yeah,
huh?
they did. Yeah. So I'm trying to kind of, build my content more and kind of get out and get more into like the Twitter side and the community of it, because MMA Twitter is huge, man. It's like pretty
Oh, yeah.
interesting. It's like its own niche. So any way I could like get be a part of that, take advantage of it. So yeah, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we actually had on your teammate before, our former teammate, and Miranda Maverick. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
whenever we
cool.
had her on, she
Yeah.
spoke about you coming on, or spoke about your upcoming debut at the time. So we actually had her on right before you fought for your UFC debut, and she kind of shouted you out. So we kind of knew about you before the
Oh,
card came.
awesome. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, Miranda's a good friend of mine. I don't know, she just did a great job in her last fight. Best striking I've ever seen from her. Go out there and get the win. So, it's awesome. She's number 14 in the world now, and it's crazy because we're both came from a small gym in Springfield, Missouri, at Springfield Fight Club. We actually were waiters together at Cracker Barrel, and so. It was that was a fun time because we were both on that grind hustle of training and going to school and working. So we would see each other all the time, like pretty much every single day, of course. But even on the weekends, we had both pulled doubles on the weekends. So we would be at Cracker Barrel from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays. So it's cool to see her be able to like succeed and you know have all the hard work start paying off.
Yeah, Miranda's a pretty awesome person. She's actually been in our spaces a couple times, and yeah, I have nothing but absolutely great things to say about her. To be 100% honest. So, Trace, we're at about 7 after. I'm gonna go ahead and I wrote up a introduction for Garret here. It's nothing crazy, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that so we can get the interview formally started.
Absolutely, go ahead.
All right. So, I was watching all your stuff today, and man, you got some energy in the cage. I heard you do the Singapore, and I don't know if we'll get in trouble from the UFC's YouTube, or I would play your shout out in the octagon afterwards. The energy was great, and I have it prepped, but the UFC flagged us last time, so maybe I shouldn't. All right, tonight's guest is Texas born, 10-3, UFC bantamweight with 8 first round finishes, Garret Armfield. Garret is a former FAC, which is Fighting Alliance Championship bantamweight champion. He has a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, unless he has upgraded that since the information I found. A black belt in Taekwondo, owns his own gym, and has a bachelor's in business administration focused on business health. Welcome to the show, Garret. It's great to have you.
What's up? Close on a couple of those things. I'm from Missouri, not from Texas. And then I don't own a gym. I just train at a gym. Don't own.
Bro, it definitely says you're from Texas in 4 different places, and it definitely says in 3 different places that you own a gym.
Well, I don't think I've ever even been to Texas. I might have been to Texas.
I'm going to take Garret at his word here, though, Joe.
No. I just want him
I
to
don't know. I
know.
don't know. I don't
I
know.
just want him to know that, like, that shit is off of like Wikipedia and stuff. That or Sure Dog, I got some of it. Tapology, I got some of it. I just want you to know, man.
Yeah,
I didn't make this
no. I'm
shit
not
up.
doubting you. You might be right, man.
Are you a black belt in Taekwondo?
I am a black belt in Taekwondo.
Man, same
Yeah.
article. Are
Yeah.
you a purple belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
I am a purple belt in
All
Brazil.
right. So out the gate, I will say you recently beat Brad Katana. I'd like to thank you. I know Brad likes to say people dislike him for no reason. He's right. I don't know why I don't like Brad. I like fighters. I don't like Brad. I watch Tough, and he's like, no one likes me. And I'm like, you're right, bro. So I'd like to thank you for that. I watched your stoppage over Kazama like 3 times a day in prep for the interview here. So first thing I'll just come with out the gate is you changed camps. You left Killcliff, and you are currently at, man, I thought, oh, I'll wing this, and I didn't scroll down.
I'm at Marathon MMA.
Marathon.
Yeah.
So
that's led by Trey Ogden. He's the gym owner of and
okay.
that's my head coach of Marathon.
And then Miles
MMA.
Johns is there, right?
Miles Johns, Mike Breeden, Trey Ogden, and then I am, and then we also have, of course, a bunch of up and comers that are hopefully making their mark in the UFC within the next year or two.
So without, I'm not asking you to say nothing bad about nobody. So my questions
Oh
regarding
yeah,
that are,
yeah. Why I left Kill
why'd you
Cliff?
leave?
Yeah. I think a lot of it, like spiritually, I was not ready to be in, or I was spiritually not in Florida anymore. I'd kind of left that. Honestly, for like the last year I was there, I knew I was wanting to move and kind of get out, and I wanted to go to I messaged my manager and I said, "Hey, Jason, I want to like kind of check out some other gyms." And he said, "All right, well, I have MMA Lab, which is in Arizona." And I said, "Okay. I mean, is that like another camp, like another big gym where you're not going to get the attention and the personalization?" And he's like, "Well, if you want something smaller and a little closer to home, you can go check out a gym in Kansas City." And I didn't know Trey at the time. I had no like I knew of Trey, but I never seen him fight. I'd never heard him speak or listened to any of his like coaching philosophy or anything. Never met him. And so I went out there and checked it out, and absolutely loved out being out there. And the biggest part was the personalization that I get training at Marathon. So that's the biggest reason why I did leave Killcliff FC was I felt like um, fighting is such a personalized art that I think what you're gonna see now is that like more fighters are gonna come from smaller gym or more champions are gonna come from smaller gyms than bigger gyms because it's not the martial arts is changing. It's only 30 years old. I think that the specialized forward thinkers of trying to figure out what are the next patterns of MMA are definitely going to be able to take the lead on having a higher win percentage as a team. So I saw that in Marathon and the way Trey coached and led. He reminded me a lot of James Krause in the way that he coached because he was James's assistant coach for years, like 5 or 6 years. Uh, and so he's got a lot of influence on from there. But what I really enjoy is that I'm able to Trey helps build on my strongest skills, and then he fills in the gaps versus trying to change and get me to fit to a mold, if that makes sense.
Does Trey serve as like your primary sparring partner or rolling partner? Like who do you like? Who's your daily guys that we might know? Anybody? I know Miles
Miles,
Johns is over there.
Miles and Trey are for sure are my
Okay.
and Mike Breeden, but I train with Miles mostly, and then Trey as well. But Miles is same weight class, so it's easy. But I get rounds with all of them. They're talented people, man. But
Badass.
yeah,
Badass. Trace, you want to jump in, or if not, I got a couple of them loaded here. So
No, no, I know you've got quite a extensive list already piled up, man. Go ahead, do your thing,
Yeah,
brother.
and I don't got to get everything off. I just come extra prepared. I don't want them to think, man, them guys didn't know shit about me. So
no, you're
here's a
good, man. I like all the open ended questions.
so here's a I don't know. This is probably a little weird one. Well, I guess this may not be true. Did you once say that your heroes are your brother, your parents, and Gilbert Burns?
Yes, that is correct. That's on the UFC website.
Yes, it is. So the brother and the parents feel self-explanatory. You come from a strong family, so
Correct. Yep.
not to belittle it. I don't feel like I need to have you address that one. Why Gilbert Burns?
Um, Gilbert, I watched. I mean, so he's from Brazil. Well, obviously he's from Brazil, but I'm sure his upbringing in Brazil. I don't know his complete upbringing, but I'm sure his upbringing wasn't the most financially like balanced. I'm sure being born in Brazil, I'm sure there's a lot of barriers in your way. And I knew him personally from training in Florida, and I watched him like take his family to like new levels of like life, right? So I think that's all of our goal in life is to like provide for our family the best way that we can. And so yeah, I got to know him personally, and so everything he kind of does is for his family, which I respect. And then two, he's like his mindset in fighting is that like he wants to fight guys that he like wakes up and like doesn't think he's gonna be like that. He doesn't think he's just gonna walk over. He wants to fight fighters that he's like kind of a little intimidated by, like the hazmat fight. Like it gets him up in the morning, and I really resonated with that. So yeah,
That's pretty awesome, man. That's
yeah,
pretty awesome.
man. He's a cool dude. He's a really cool dude.
Yeah, I think highly of Gilbert. I think he's a good moral guy, and that those are fighters that I tend to ride
Yeah,
for.
yeah. He's he's a family man.
Yep, and I got 5 kids, so I'm
Okay,
older.
yeah.
I'm much
I'm the
older than you,
youngest.
and
I'm the youngest of 5.
so you get it. You get it.
I get it. Yeah.
Trace, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, man. I remember hearing in your post fight speech in your last fight that you said you've been training since you were 7 for this. What was your inspiration? Like, what at 7 years old made you want to like start going into the fight game? Like, what made you want to be a mixed martial artist?
Um, Dude, I don't really know what it was. I just was like trained. That was like my identity from a young age. Like I was just a fighter, and that's just I was always expected me to be a fighter. I don't know, but my family did it. My brother did it, and so I was just like I like inspiration. Like I would sit there in class and I would think like I would daydream about the future, about being a champion when I was like 10 years old, but I didn't really know what that looked like. Or like I would dream of being a professional fighter. But again, I didn't like really, you still don't know what it looks like until you get to live it. Um, and so I'd say as I gotten older, like my inspirations obviously change. I still want to be a champion of the world, and that's the same one that's stuck through since I was a kid. But now it's like now I'm like financially motivated a lot too, where it's like like they said, like Dana White says, UFC is not a career; it's an opportunity. So you got to make the most of it.
Yeah, that's the greatest attitude I think people can have, and it's not me campaigning for or against the UFC. It's a
Yeah.
huge platform, and the
Yeah.
UFC really does let you guys be who you want to be. So
Right. Yeah. You can literally say whatever you want to say, pretty much on the mic, and you'll get fans for it.
yeah, but like on the flip side of that
As
too,
long as
you can bury yourself. Like
yeah.
there's some guys on social media that feel like they're unraveling right now.
Oh, dude. So I trained at Kill Cliff where Ian trained as well. I feel bad for that guy. That man, like obviously he's kind of an asshole and kind of did it to himself, but dude, that sucks, man. Having like everybody boo you, but like the thing is, he doesn't want to be booed. He like wants to have everybody love him, but nobody loves him.
Yeah, that's a rough spot. He spiraled pretty hard on social too, so it's like
Yeah.
it's hard to make it go away. Like when
Do you
something
know what the worst thing I think he could have done was pull out of the press conference with Colby Covington and all of them in it?
I agree.
I was like,
Actually,
bro, what up? Like, not trying. Like, I know Ian, um, but that's not a man move.
no, I knew he was kind of shook. Like I actually came in the space and I said that is a bad sign for where
That's
he
a
is
bad
at.
sign. Yeah.
Also, if from another standpoint, you look at it as like at least you know they're going to tear into you anyways, whether you're there or not. At least you could have been there to at least stand up for yourself or have something back to go towards them. But he just took the out.
Yeah. I think honestly he could have rolled with it somehow and gotten the crowd on his side, but I think him just not showing up left a bad taste in the fans' mouth. So as soon as they saw him next, everybody booed him.
Yeah, I agree
That
100%.
sucks. Yeah. That's hard.
So we do it a little backwards around here. First half we just chit chat, then we like to ask the questions that most people ask up front. You got any fights coming up? You talking about any fights? We're not breaking news. We just want to know, bro.
Nah, unfortunately, I did get offered a short notice fight for like 2 weeks. Actually, got sent that last night, but I turned it down because I was actually sick the past 10 days and I'm not in shape, and so didn't take that fight. It wasn't a direct offer, but nothing in the books yet. Um, we'll see, man. There's a couple people I like. I want to fight Brady Heinsohn in St. Louis. That would be cool. Him, I think Marcus McGee would be a hell of a matchup. He's a hell of a fighter, and I really respect him, and I want to test my skills against him. And then another one that's on my mind is I know he just fought, but Ali Sahabi. I would like that fight as well.
Man, personally, from my standpoint, that Marcus McGee fight, that's fire, bro. I
And
would
that
love to see
fire,
it.
right? Yeah.
That would be a banger.
That'd be cool. Put that in front of a crowd in St. Louis. Like we got crowd friendly styles, right? So I say we just run it with him.
Are you willing to fight anybody again on that St. Louis card? I don't mean that in like a shot way. I mean like that's you said Missouri, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I have an option to say no to anybody where I'm at in my career. So, you know, let's run it. Like I honestly, I believe I can beat anybody too they put in front of me. I think beating Brackatona really like put that in my mind that like, okay, this is real. I can actually make a run at this. So,
Hey,
yeah,
Joe, can I interject a question real quick?
yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Kind of a hot topic here lately. Kyoji Horiguchi coming over. What are your feelings about it? That's your division. How do you feel about him potentially? Or
Oh,
is
he's
he
coming.
120? Is he 125 or is he 135?
Is he coming
Pretty sure
over
he's
to the
135.
UFC?
I believe there's almost like that's the talk, and that he's talking about getting an automatic title shot against Pantoja. I know Charles
Oh,
Johnson was having a lot of opinions on it. What are your thoughts on it? I mean, the guy's a decorated fighter. Obviously, his only loss in the UFC was to Demetrius Johnson. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that he should fight one fight and then go get it.
Actually, I agree. Like I said, I
Right,
think I
like
told
it's
somebody in
like
the
how like Michael Chandler came in and he had to fight one guy, then he got a title shot. Like MVP has to fight Holland, and then I'm sure he'll get a. I guarantee he'll get a title shot if he wins. Um, uh, yeah, there's like a lot of examples of guys, but nobody really just jumps straight into the UFC. Um, I mean, flyweight is a kind of a thin division. Uh, it's
yeah.
crazy how much. Yeah,
My
right.
thoughts on it are is like, when he left the UFC, I'm pretty sure he was like top 2 or 3. Obviously, only loss was to Demetrius Johnson, so it makes sense for him to come in and fight a number 2 or 3 guy before getting a title fight. So I agree. I feel like that should be the way they go about it.
Yeah, or if it's like there's an injury replacement, he can step up. If Roy Val gets injured for their next fight, but damn those flyweights, man, they got cardio for days. I don't get it. I watched that UFC Mexico fight with Roval and Moreno, and bro, that's just crazy how fast they can go in the 5th round.
So how many fights, like we're talking about ranking and we're kind of talking about rankings, talking about title shots and stuff. How how like reasonable goals, and that's not an insult, like I believe in that's my life motto. So like how far from getting a shot at the top 15 are you? You think a good finish could get you a shot at the top 15? You think 2 of them? You think I don't know how many fights you have on your contract. I'm not asking you that business. Do you think you can get there in this contract? Like, is the top 15 something you in your sights right now? Is I guess what I'm asking you.
No, it is not. It is not in my sights right now. I am just got to the UFC. I really didn't get to start really like making waves for myself until August. So yeah, I'd love to have like another 4 or 5 fights outside of the top 15. And I think if I win 3 more in a row, so that'll put me 5-0 at bantamweight. I think that sets me up for a top 15 spot if I can get to the 5-0 mark.
Okay, and again, I'm not, no details. I'm not asking, brother. But I did hear in some interviews that you had been hoping to get a new contract. Did you get a new contract?
So FYI, I didn't know this until I guess I had to run into it, but you don't get your new contract until they bring you your next opponent. So they
That
bring you
makes
like,
sense.
yeah. So I am, from what I've heard from my manager, that yes, I should be getting a new contract. So, you know, Whenever I see it in front of me, I'll believe it. But I think I do. I think I will.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it. You beat
Yeah.
Brad coming
Right.
off of a great knockout. I wouldn't even I'm just a fan, bro. But
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I wouldn't even think twice about it. Being a worry from my point of view. Like, okay, so when you get your next opponent, you'll sign back up. But technically, you are a free agent.
No.
No. Okay.
No. I have a 4-fight deal, and I'm going to renegotiate after my 3rd fight.
Oh, I
Which is where
understand what
we're
you're
at.
saying.
Yeah. I'm under
Okay,
contract.
so you're not saying
Yeah.
when you expire, then you wait for your next opponent. You're saying the opportunity to renegotiate comes when you get your next opponent.
Yes. Correct.
Understood. Okay, I was a little off there, but yeah, that makes
No, all
sense.
good.
I guess I kind of assumed that going into a fight, that's when you would try to renegotiate. And again, you could just say pass on the question, and I won't give you no shit about it. But how many fights do you have? You said you got 4, and then you had your second already, so you got 2 left.
No, I've had 3 UFC fights under this contract.
Oh, that's right, because of the loss. I didn't even think.
The debut
No.
with the Nala. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. All right. Trace, that puts us 20 minutes since we said we started, which is 7 minutes after we said we would. If you got any final questions, I'm good. I see RoboCop made a request. He may have one question. That's up to Garrett, but I'm all done. And Garrett, I thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, of course, man. Thanks for having me. But I'm open to the question. What's up?
Yeah, we'll pull him up on mic real quick. Give me 1 second. I'll get him approved.
I just got him approved there.
Yeah.
RoboCop, you on the mic?
Yeah. Did you guys talk about potential opponents for Garrett?
We did. He named off 3 that he would like. Maybe
Yeah.
he'll give them to you again real quick.
Brady Heinstand, Ali Menz Zahabi, and Marcus McGee.
What about Douglas Andrade?
Douglas Andrade.
Douglas Silva de Andrade.
Is he 35?
Yeah, it's that little stacked powerhouse dude from Brazil. Little mullet. Hard to explain.
Oh, yeah. Shit, I'll fight this dude, too.
He don't care, man. He just send the contract, right?
Yeah, it's in the contract. It don't matter. I mean, damn, he's 29-5.
That's not.
Yeah, I would like that fight. He's good. He's beat a lot of good guys. It looks like he can't get past that, like the test to get to the top 15. But yeah, man, that's a hell of a fight. Sure.
Yeah, I just like that fight stylistic. I think it would be a banger.
Yeah, I think so. He's a little up there in age, so I would like my speed advantage and stuff.
Last thing I'm gonna hit you with there. You got a targeted date ish, like you want to fight in the summer, the fall. You want to fight July.
May 11th.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You did say you want on that card,
May
so no matter
11th.
what, and
Yeah.
you'll take anybody to get on it, I assume.
Oh hell yeah! I'll take anybody at May 11th to be able to fight in front of my home. I feel like there'd be a lot of opportunities at doing that, right? So, man, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Man, thanks for coming. We appreciate it a lot, Garrett. Well, we become homers instantaneously. So you got a group of homers now. Whenever it's your fight week, man.
Hell yeah! Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I thank you very much. Good luck. I don't know where we fall in the 15 interviews. That I don't know if we're in the middle, the beginning, or the end. But good luck with that journey, brother. I hope it.
You
I
were
hope it
actually the
does you
first.
well.
Yeah, you were the first one. So
All
Awesome.
right.
yeah, hell
Garrett,
yeah.
if you have anything that you want to plug, anything you have, brother, plug it. We'll get it
Yeah,
on here for you.
just keep following my Twitter at Armfield135, and then like Instagram Garret Armfield135. I got T-shirts. They are in production right now, so you can check out my website. It's link in bio, and yeah, just keep your eyes open for potential fight news whenever that may happen. But thanks for having me tonight, man. Have a good one.
Absolutely, Garrett, man. You have a good night, brother.
Later.
Thank you, brother. Have a good
Yeah,
one.
later.
All right. Well, that was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
That was pretty badass. Here, I'm gonna scroll on out of that area of the show there. All right. So if anybody else wants to hop on the mic here, we'll open it up. I'll do a few hot topics, or I'll do a little bit of card review, and then we won't stick long on this or on any hot topics, and then we'll get into the main card here, or into the 299 in just a few minutes, or in about a half hour here. So all right. So, I mean, it may not even take that long. That card wasn't that great, if I'm being honest. I'm going to start it from the top. What'd you guys think of the knockout in the fourth round?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like I didn't get to even watch that card. I was at work. I had to work that night, so I didn't get to
It
watch the
wasn't a
replay.
knockout. I shouldn't have said that. It was he didn't come out of the corner.
Doctor
I don't
stoppage because he said he couldn't see out of his eye or whatever it was what he told his corner. So they made them translate what he said, and once the referee found out what he said, he called the fight.
Yeah. His team he made a statement saying that his team called it afterwards. So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck ever. I'm not being mean, just whatever. However it worked out. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I don't know where Jarzinho goes from there. If I'm being honest, he didn't look horrible, but I didn't feel like he looked like he is. I feel like he's stuck where he's at. He's going to be a gatekeeper, bro, and there's just not any way around it. Yeah, I'm not even trying. Like, I like the guy. He's very nice. I watch his interviews, but I think he's stuck. Who the fuck thought Victor Petroni and Tyson Pedro were going to go the distance, bro? Like, who?
I think that tells you a lot more about Petro, whatever his name is, than it does about
Petrino? I say
yeah,
Petroni. Petrino?
Petrino than it does about Pedro, because this kid was supposed to be a killer, and
Yeah.
if you're going life and death with Pedro after the first round, it's not the best look.
Yeah, I was yeah, I agree. I won't overkill it. I don't want to kill this card because I could get into that one. I really thought Vitor. I say Victor Petrino. It's fucking Victor Vitor Petrino. God damn
He
it!
went from being Brazilian to Italian. I love it, Joe.
Real quick. Either fucking way. He was supposed to finish that fight. Mohammed Makhayev now says he had staph infection leading up to the fight. Like, bro, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear
Bro,
it.
this dude's out here posting pictures of his shit on Twitter, bro. Like, come on, man. What the hell? Like you're a grown ass man. Why you? Come on.
Yeah, Usman.
Anybody up for a little bit of Jarzinho versus Derek Lewis next? Let's get one of these hard hitting gatekeepers out of the way.
Man, I like Derek Lewis there. Honestly, I think of the two, he's probably the one that still has the better speed. I don't know, and definitely I don't know, man. That's a battle of a quitter versus a fighter that is just happy to stand there and stare at you.
Derek Lewis would have finished him. That's all I'm saying. In that fight, the fight we just seen we seen Jarzinho fight. Uh, I feel like Derek would have finished him in the exchange. And was it the first when they were exchanging? Man, I just feel like Derek would have fucking put him away. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Umar Nurmagomedov now wants to fight. So he beat the guy he was supposed to beat. And now, I have him down here somewhere. God damn it. Who's he? Son of a bitch. He's calling out somebody already. I guess I'm scrolling. I'm not going to make everybody hold up. Oh, he wants Corey
He's
Sandhagen.
calling out. Yeah, he's calling out Sanhagen, and Vinicius Oliveira is calling him out.
Bro, Vinicius got the motherfucking double bonus. Did you guys see that?
What, fight of the night, knockout of the night?
No, fight of the night and a 50K incentive bonus.
Yeah, good for him, man.
Yeah, they gave him $100,000. I didn't see it. I actually missed the post-fight presser, which I rarely do, but I seen a clip. It looks like Dana called him live to tell him he was going to give him the extra 50,000. So, or his manager or something. So that's pretty badass. Steve Ursay got the KO. good for him. I I am never willing to like gamble on a flyweight to get a knockout, so like I just always say good for them when they get them because I never bet a 125 knockout.
Oh no, that was easy, man. Like I've followed Matt Schnell since the Cage days, whenever he was on tap on MTV's Cage, is a little MTV series they had back in Louisiana where he was a up and coming prospect right out of high school, and yeah, he's always had that chin up in the air, and he's always had a suspect chin, man. Like I saw Usyk started to have a little power and a little bit more success in his striking in the last fight, and I just knew, man, like Schnell was gonna sit there and trade with him. I figured they might both hurt each other, like ended up happening, but I knew it. I figured it was gonna happen in the first. So kudos to Schnell for getting out of the first barely, but yeah, he just, man, like for that division, he can't take a shot.
No, I can't disagree with that. I mean, and I agree with everything you said about Matt. I don't. He's not a guy I'm ever on, but I don't know why. I just have a hard time betting the 125 knockout, bro. Whatever I do, it's my one of my problems, I guess. So Eric Anders and Jamie Pickett went to a decision, and then Jamie Pickett retired. Okay, so then. um,
Anyways,
Yep, Zahabi and Basharat went the distance. I thought that fight could have a finish to it. I wasn't surprised at the over or anything, but I did think I had hoped that we wouldn't have to watch it go the distance. I'll put it that way. Um, Christian Leroy Duncan, Claudio Ribeiro. Uh, Someone bet that shit, right? I know someone was on that. Were you on that, Trace?
I didn't have very many bets on that, but I was on CLD. And I figured he would get the finish eventually. But like, dude, I did get to watch that fight. I run that one back, so I wanted to see how he looked. Man, that guy is nice on the feet, bro. And like, if he can keep it standing, he is going to be a problem for anybody. He's awkward. He's fast. He's violent. He's mean. Holy shit, dude! Like, and
Yeah.
and now he's showing that he has some wrestling and ground and top game. Like, this kid could be a problem, man. Like,
Yeah, he's one of them guys, though. I say don't even work to grapple. Work the fucking takedown defense, work to stand up so you can't be taken down. And when you are, you just get back up. He's very nice on the feet. I see no reason for him not to just pursue that, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that's how I feel about that one. So, front kick to the body and punches. Ludovic Klein and AJ Cunningham. Did you run that one back, Trace?
yeah, I did watch that one too. That kid was tough, man. He took a beating to the head, but that body, man. Whenever somebody's tough like that to the head, you got to go to the body, and he shut that body down. It was a violent little. It was more of like a teep kick, was it not?
Yeah, it was a beautiful fucking kick. We probably watched it like we rewind here because you don't give a shit about whatever goes on in between the fights. We'll miss the post fights or listen to them and then try to miss the commercials and shit, bro. We probably watched it like 4 fucking times.
I
Yeah,
do think the kid will be fun to watch coming into the UFC, like with a full camp. He was swinging, and he was connecting. He didn't seem like he had the power to put Ludovic down, but I mean,
he seemed like he was losing
he
power
was
quick
connecting.
too.
Yeah,
He
but
seemed
like,
like his power was dipping real fast too. But I don't know. I didn't have a heavy opinion on it. I was just happy to see Ludovic Klein. And then I actually missed the KO in the first one. I was running around and I watched it a few times on replay. That's Rod Zaboff versus Sawadi. Uh, yeah, I hardly caught that one if I'm being honest, but I didn't miss much. All right, that's a card review. I'm not real excited about that one. Rhino and Usman do a good card review. They break down the bets, the flips, the betting strategies, what hit, what we missed. On Sunday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. They do a real good job. I just like to hit it a little bit in here because I don't always make the Sunday space or I can't talk, so I don't get to hit the card at all. So we're gonna cap that out. I got a few hot topics we'll hit, and then we'll jump over to the card. I did the Jake Paul one when we opened talking to Garrett, so we'll skip that. So Israel Adesanya I don't know. I feel like him and AP are literally I can't remember their name, but you ever seen Life with Martin and Eddie? You ever seen that movie, Trace?
Oh, dude, love it, love it. That's your
Ray
cornbread.
Ray and what's his goddamn name anyways? That is these two. That is these two forever, bro. Like they are forever gonna take pot shots at each other and fuck with each other. It is never gonna end. So Izzy went on the Theo Vaughn podcast, and I'm gonna say kind of out of nowhere because I mean it wasn't really fucking prompted or anything. They just brought up the fight. So Izzy just starts describing his fight against Alex, the first fight. And then he goes into a story about Alex in Brazil when he sees him in a hotel and says, I think he was with some hookers. Oh, I got the space on double. His fight against Alex, the first fight. My fucking bad, guys.
You're good, Joe.
I haven't pulled that.
You there, Joe? We lost Joe. All right. I was.
Victory lap one more time. Victory lap one more time. Plus 950 is a hobby by decision. Let's go.
Were you on that? Did you have that ticket?
Yes,
Good shit.
sir.
Can you hear me now, Trace?
Solid, brother. You're coming through perfect.
All right, send me back the request. I left it on the PC and it.
Yeah, who's muting everybody? Uzman, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Trace?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there.
All right. It's me. So I'm on two computers for the first time, guys. I know I sound a little clunky. I'm usually on one, flipping back and forth. I now have two. I'm trying to be able to set up for streaming and shit better. So if I'm a little clunky tonight, forgive me. In a couple of weeks, I'll be much more efficient at what we're doing. So bear with me. Anyways, Izzy went on Theo Vaughn. Here's what he had to say about AP when he was just cued to talk about AP. Credit to Theo Vaughn. This is all over YouTube. This is all over Twitter. You can find this clip a lot of places. I'm trying to make sure we credit where things are supposed to be credited, though, because I do not want to get flagged again. So, second fight, we go to Brazil. I think Sao Paulo. Beautiful. And I was there on Carnival. Man. I was cutting weight, so I couldn't be outside. But I tell you what, I'll never forget this. I go downstairs from the hotel when I get to Sao Paulo, because you have to get like a plug that works, a converter. Yeah. And then my phone was on 1%, so I left it in my room. I go downstairs, and I'll never forget it. I see this guy and two girls, and then one of them kind of looked back to see what was behind her and smiled and just had the most beautiful ratio ass to tits I've ever seen in my life. And I remember thinking like, fuck, I wish I could capture this moment, but I just right there. Right there. So, but I think they were hookers though, because he was getting. It was probably like 2 a.m. We landed or something. So he was. Yeah. So like forever, for no reason, just he knows he's with Polyana Vienna. Like everybody knows that AP's in a new relationship. So just for no reason now is he's like, yeah, I seen him with hookers one time. Like these two are going to be at it forever. It is comical to me at this point. Yeah, that nobody else may be laughing like I am, but that shit cracks me up. Is Usman having a problem here? Trace, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I got you good, man.
I seen Usman bouncing on and off the mic, so I didn't know if he was all right there. All right, so bounce back over to this screen, get better at this. So week 3 of Ilya Topuria is a fucking superstar. I don't know how I missed it coming. I don't know how I didn't see it. we were in here last week talking about how he got greeted at the soccer game and was on the cover of the big sports magazine over there over the soccer players, which never happened. He fucking got granted. So he was awarded Spanish citizenship by Spain's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Ilya was born in Germany to Georgian parents and then moved to Spain when he was a teenager. Like they're like, fuck it, bro. You're such a big deal. You can be a citizen just here. Like, man, Demetrius Johnson is saying he gets Connor vibes from Ilya, and now Sean O'Malley is saying Ilya's name. Now he's talking about why Ilya doesn't want to fight him. He doesn't want to fight me because blah 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 blah, or blah 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 blah. I'm gonna be honest. I think Sean wants some of Ilya's shine. Like I know Sean's supposed to be a big star, Trace, but man, I think Ilya is a big ass star.
No, Sean's a star no matter what, man. Sean's set. I mean, he's got a successful podcast. He's got other investments. I think he's good. He is a star, but if they fight and he beats Taporia, which I don't think happens, I mean, it would obviously solidify him as a superstar. Like he would have all the juice, as people would say. Yeah, I think for him, it would make sense to call for that fight. I mean, it's a huge fight, it's a huge payday, win or loss. But even more if you win, it's a huge pay per view.
It is, and I think that Ilya is going to make Sean chase him.
Go ahead, Joe. I don't know what happened there.
Bro, so the Spaces did a huge update. Like, we'll be able to do video and stuff now. We'll explore that over this week and see if maybe it puts us up top and still lets people come on the mic or something. That would be really cool. But every time, I usually can just open the Space in a browser with no volume if I don't request the mic over there, and I can just post in the comments, because for the life of me, my account, bro, I have seen how to pin in a Space. It does not let me do it 90% of the time. It drives me fucking crazy. So I'll be adding tweets that I have bookmarked to give people credit to the comments. And then if anybody sees them, I guess put them up on what we're going to call the Megatron there or whatever. Yeah, I guess that's just the way I have to do it. I have Ilya getting his citizenship right here that I'll post. I mean, this was everywhere. I don't really need to credit the outlet, but we did get it from MMA Uncensored just because I think they're pretty cool. After that, we have Paulo Costa says he wants to fight Chimaev. Chimaev's ducking him. Them two can fuck each other. I don't even want to talk about this. I just want to make a point that they're fucking trolls. Now Paulo wants to fight on 301. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to fight on 301. He wants to pretend he's going to fight on 301 and then not fucking fight on 301. Whatever, man. I'm sick of both of them guys. Yeah, that's really how I feel about it. I am absolutely fucking sick of both of them guys. All right, so we're getting close to the hour here, so I won't go too many more topics here. Trace, did you hear about Bobby Green?
I have not. Tell me about
it. So you didn't hear about Bobby Green and Mackenzie Dern? I'm not being a troll.
Oh, yeah. About her husband or boyfriend messaging him trying to like set him up or whatever.
Yeah, so Bobby was on the UFC countdown show or whatever it is.
No, it was the weigh-in show.
The weigh-in show. That's right. And all he said was sheesh when asked about Mackenzie.
Man, no. She was walking out and she was in her panties and that thing was thinging. We all said sheesh. He just said it out loud on national TV and got caught up.
But he was cute. So I don't think we'll get flagged. This is from the UFC's YouTube, Twitter. I'm actually gonna give credit to Prairie Punch because that's where I got it from. And so we'll credit them. I'll post it in the comments right now. But this is all Bobby said when he was on the weigh-in.
Mackenzie Dern hasn't had ice cream in a while. She looks fantastic. Jeez.
Wow. So I don't really feel like that's that big of a deal. They said she looks fantastic, and he said, sheesh. Like maybe he made some type of body language we're not privy to or something like that. Like that's all I can really think because I did a little she shit, but so Bobby posted on his, I think IG. Someone clipped it. Perry Punch clipped it. They posted it on Twitter. But this is from Bobby Green's IG. Here's how he said it all went down with Mackenzie and her boyfriend. I did a little she shit with Mackenzie. As soon as that little shit went viral, she hit me up. And so she hit me back with a little like thank you, you know. I was like, oh yeah, woo woo. And so I'm like, oh yeah, what's up with you, you know? I'm trying to talk, you know. And she like, I got a husband. I'm like, oh, okay, my bad, I didn't know. But then all of a sudden, from another number, she supposedly hit me up. And she's like, oh, hit me from this number. I'm like, all right, okay, what's up? Let me see what's up. So she like, you want to meet? I'm like, all right, shit, if you want to meet up, shit, I'm down to meet. What's up? Whenever you want to meet up. But she was real persistent. Like today. She kept insisting today we got to meet up. I'm like, nah, I'm finna go shake up. I'm finna fly out to Mexico. I can't even meet you right now. You know? I come back on bullshit. I end up hitting her back, whatever. And I'm like, what's up? She's like, and then the text goes, this is her husband. And I was talking to you. And I felt like there was something funny. So I tell this nigga, like, man, I thought maybe you wanted to fight. I felt like the nigga was trying to set me up. I would have brought my burner. First of all, like, I already felt it was funny. It would have been a bad night, bro. I did. So, Mackenzie Dern's, I don't think it's her husband. She just got divorced or some shit. I think it's her boyfriend. And if I'm not mistaken, if everything is right, her boyfriend is Antonio Tricol. He's a 12-3 mixed martial artist. He trains at MMA Lab. He got his contract last year, I think, or 2 years ago on the Dana White Contender Series. But like, she just got out of some relationship with some controlling fucking dickhead. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but to be an asshole, like, what the fuck? How does this make any sense for her? Like, whatever. I read into this stuff because it matters come fight time. It matters. It just matters. Especially, and like, I'm not at all being funny. It matters a lot with the female fighters. The female fighters are just seem to be, you know, like any woman, they're more vulnerable to be affected by a relationship. A lot of guys are more dickheads than women are mean to men. So yeah, I don't skip that. I read all of that stuff. Michael Chandler is so Michael Chandler posted a, forgive me, I believe it is a story on Instagram. I just shared a tweet in the comments. Um, in the story, he put, "Give me Connor or I quit." So Mike Chandler is finally getting tired of waiting, and it doesn't look like he wants to fight anybody else. Then Connor goes to social media, and I just posted this in the comments as well. Goes to social media and says that his plans for 2024 are to fight Mike at International Fight Week and Nate at UFC Noche. I just want to be clear. I think, and I have said it a few times already, I think it's Nate and Connor at Noche, and Connor rides off into the sun. I don't think the Michael Chandler fight ever happens. At this point, you think that fight ever happens, Trace?
I hope so. That's one of the most exciting of the potential prospects. But of the fighters, Nate's declined the most, so it makes the most sense. It's the least risk. You know it's going to sell because people like Nate Diaz, and it's a trilogy fight. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I think he tries to go the easy route and tries to get at least a win back in the W column. So we'll see.
So my thing is, Jorge's chasing the shit out of Nate now. He's going to Stockton. He's asking the local butcher or some shit. You know Nate Diaz? Let me know. I want to fight this guy. I can't find him. He's taking pictures at Nate Diaz's gym and shit. He says he's unretired, and there's the rumors that Nate's already negotiating with the UFC. Nate's already posting that he's going to be fighting on a UFC card. I don't think Jorge gets the Nate fight. I think the fight is Conor versus Nate. Here's why. Conor versus Nate, whether we like it or not, is a top 3, top 4 all-time pay-per-view UFC event. Michael Chandler versus Conor McGregor is not. It's still massive. It's still big as fuck. But it is not a top event. And I just think Conor only fights one time, man. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't even care. I'm not like a Conor mark. I don't care if he comes back or not, but it's the talk right now, and Conor's probably going to be the talk all through International Fight Week now, and he's probably going to be the talk all the way through Noche now, no matter what.
You know what I like better, Joe?
What's that?
What if they could work out Connor versus Nate? Connor versus Nate for UFC Noche, and then Jorge versus Nick Diaz. That would be fucking fire.
Yeah, but I actually think that there's a good chance, for whatever weird reason, that it's Justin Gaethje versus Jorge for a BMF title. Nate.
All right, Jorge.
Well, it's just that Conor isn't going to fight for a title. I don't think. I mean, I guess I'm not against the Nick idea. Nick Diaz should not come back. Yeah, did you see the pictures, bro? He's looking aged. He looks fucking geriatric, bro.
Yeah, he looks god awful skinny. Like if you saw his picture, bro, I looked at him and the first thing I thought to me is like, oh, like he's aging, like he's an old man.
Yeah,
now.
like
But
that when you get a little older and you lose some weight, he's there, man. Like his face is sinking in. Whatever. I'm not.
Yeah, no, I didn't see those pictures then.
Yeah, he's got like not staph. He's got some big ass open wound on his hand, like just open as hell on his hand, not scabbed over, not bleeding, fucking just open. I don't know. I'm not trying to keep bashing on him. Whoops, you already said that, motherfucker. I'm just trying to share tweets here. So Matt Riddell wants to make an MMA return and wants to sign to Jorge's promotion. Just quick question: do any of you care?
No, he wasn't. Like he really wasn't making splashes even before he left the UFC to go to chase the WWE dreams.
No, and he's he's borderline Sean Strickland on social media. He was on Ariel Helwani's show talking about how he lost his UFC contract over cocaine and shit. Like he's he's something else, bro. So
Well, yeah, I mean, he's also got to get off of all the juice. So, like, he's going to be all fucked up from being on juice that long and having to clean out. Like, you're going to see a flat. If he does come back, you're likely to. He's still kind of young, so maybe not flabby, but I don't think he'll be a specimen like he was prior.
no, just no way, bro. There's just no way. I think I posted the interview in the comments with Riddell. If anybody wants to go see it, I posted all the stuff that Jorge posted on socials. I posted some stuff, some screenshots that Connor made. Everything I've been talking about, I've posted in the comments. That's pretty much it. Matt Riddell, Mikey C, Jorge, Paulo, Ilya. Man, right at 9:00. I got one left. It kind of leads into the card, so we don't have to kill it. But if MVP KOs Kevin Holland, who's the bigger star in the UK, Leon Edwards or MVP?
Leon.
Leon for sure.
Leon, how dare you?
Man, I don't know.
I'll say this:
MVP's a big star over there.
MVP will always be a legend in Bellator. We're about to find out how much of it was him just having very good setup fights. Uh, Outside of Douglas Lima is very much a real fighter. I thought Douglas Lima won both. Obviously, he won the first fight because he won it by knockout. But I thought he won both fights. Uh, but Douglas Lima is a real fighter, a real legit talent. But yeah, outside of that, not too. And Paul Daly. Outside of those two guys, though, it's like who else has he fought? So we're gonna see what he is, and it's gonna be an interesting fight. We'll get to it here later in the card, but yeah, I have a pretty solid stance on it.
Fair enough. I do think MVP. I think that if he finishes Holland, or it just gets a convincing decision. A convincing decision. He's probably one good win away from a title shot. I think there's a good argument that if he KOs Kevin Holland like in an emphatic fashion, um, he gets a title shot straight to. He's not young. They want to cash in whatever value he has. They could put that card over in the UK, and it would absolutely fucking kill it. Yeah, if not, I think he ends up on a card under Leon in the UK. Just my opinion, man. I do think he's got a lot of value for them over there, but I just think it's on a very limited window of time. If I'm not no shots at anybody. He's just getting old, man. That's all I got, Trace. So right before I throw it over to you, I have something. I'm going to throw Darce back on, a little different, but we're going to start doing that before the breakdowns. Only about a 10-second go, but here's probably 20
Yeah,
seconds.
Chris, I'm about to send you an invite if you want to get on the mic, brother.
You got it. My bad, Trace. Are you good to go?
Yep, go ahead.
All right.
Okay, guys. Next up is the UFC 299 card breakdown. We obviously have 90 minutes to get through the entire card. So please remember to raise your hand and fight the urge to give the same take twice or create a debate. This will allow everyone mic time. Thank you. And let's go. UFC 299.
Whatever, fuckers. I'm still dialing it in. I put a B where an N went. God damn it. We'll get there. That's all I got. Trace, you want me to do tail of the tape? Are you doing tail of the tape? Welcome to the space, Chris. Is he on the mic yet?
Yeah, he's on the mic. If you want to do tell the tape, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. What's up, fellas?
What's happening, brother? What's happening? All right, so I do have the tail of the tape for the website pretty well done. I'm just kind of coding it into the search engine so that everybody can use it and coding it to the odds board so that you can view matchups. But we do have the most in-depth tail of the tape. So I'm going to use some UFCstats.com stuff tonight, and I will use some stuff on ours on the manual pages that I have set up right now. So if I'm a little slow, again, forgive me, guys. It won't be obnoxiously slow, but if you notice that I'm a little clicky or you can hear me over here, just bear with me. I'm trying to get to a better place. All right, so first fight on the card. Let's lap this out. We are all right. First fight on the card is Joanne Wood versus Marina Moroz. They are fighting at flyweight. Joanne is 16-8. Marina is 11-5. Uh, Joanne is 5'6", 65 inches of reach and fights orthodox. Marina is 5'7", 67 inches of reach and fights orthodox. So Marina is 1 inch taller, 2 inches of reach on her. Joanne averages 10 minutes and 45 seconds of fight time, and Marina averages 12 minutes and 16 seconds of fight time. That's the over 1.5 on both of them, gents. It's not quite the over 2.5 on Joanne, though. Both of them got a rack of fights. Joanne puts up real impressive numbers for a female. She puts out, well, lands at 6.9 strikes per minute. She does absorb at 4.7, but she puts out at 6.9. She's at about 50% on accuracy and defense. Marina lands at 4, absorbs at 4.4. Grappling advantages are on Joanne's side, 1.5 takedowns per 15 minutes. Neither one of them do much with takedowns. Trace, what do you got?
Yeah, I don't have too much on this fight. I feel like it's a solid fight for the over. Whatever the over 2.5 is, if it's not too crazy or too super high, I feel like it's a good parlay. I'm sure Usman will be on that and probably have it in, or at least mention it in his parlays later. Um, I tend to lean with Joanne Wood, man. I do know Marina Rose did win in the first fight. She did finish her. Um, I'm not going to call that fight a fluke. That was early on. That was what, 8 years ago. Yeah, I think of the two since that fight, the one that's improved the most is Joanne Wood. Very obvious. She's been up for a title fight. Did take a fight on short notice and lost that fight. Instead of sticking around waiting for that title fight, so she did lose her potential title fight in that way. But yeah, she's fought the better competition. She's only lost to the higher level of competition in that division. I know she is older. Marina is like I think 5 or 6 years younger. We do tend to usually go with a younger woman, but in this case, like I said, I do think she's improved the most out of the two. So I like Joanne Calderwood or Joanne Wood, excuse me now. Via decision. Yeah, give me Joanne Wood via decision.
I did not shout them out. Global odds at 28 books over at capmma.com. Global averages on Wood are plus 187, minus 238 on Marina. The over is set at 2.5. I'm seeing that lay around 325 on the over and plus 250 on the under. I agree with you, Trace. It's not very bettable, and take the over. Chris, we don't normally shout anybody out, but we got you in here, special speaker. You got a take on this one, brother, or is this a pass for you?
I absolutely do. I got a hot take on this fight actually, which is odd for women's MMA. I usually never have hot takes on this one, but there's a lot of people I see in public like they're leaning Moreau's submission because she subbed her in the first fight. But if you think about it, she hasn't had another sub besides one other in 8 years. One other sub in all of her fights. The rest of them by decision. So to me, I like Moreau's by decision in this fight. I think JoJo is actually on her verge of retirement, so that makes me even want to hammer Moreau's by decision even more.
I think she's talked about retirement, hasn't she?
Absolutely. Like the past two fights, she's brought it up in conversations and interviews.
Yeah.
Hey,
Um,
what better way to go out on retirement than on a revenge win? So give me, yeah, I'm gonna double down on my Wood. I do think you're right. I do think this fight goes a decision. I don't think this fight is a finish. But yeah, like I said, I think the over is a solid bet. If you're, I'm not betting Wood, so I'm not saying go out and bet Wood. But I do think if you're going to bet something, the over would probably be the. What is the line on the over here on this one, Joe?
the over 2.5 is minus 325.
Ooh, yeah, never mind. It's a little juiced.
And one more thing is the fighter that she fought that's pretty similar to JoJo recently is Jennifer Maya. And Jennifer Meyer was beating the shit out of her. I'm not gonna lie. Like Jennifer Meyer was handling Moreau. So JoJo could actually even get a round 3 finish or decision too if she really wants that revenge. That would probably be a crazy line.
Yeah, you probably get a solid line on the round 2 or 3 KO on FanDuel. They always have pretty good lines on those, especially for like the women, the smaller women's division. Joe or Usman, do you have a take on this fight, brother? All right, go ahead, Joe. What we got next on the docket?
He's like, I don't want him to hear me pissing, man. Damn it. Why'd he call on me?
Every time, I always give him at the worst times.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm driving a car with 3 kids right now. Luckily, they've quieted down. I want to lean on Joanne Calderwood by decision and hit the over. Parlay the over. Everything on the over.
Did you say split?
Now just decision, but shit, might as well go split. I think that'll be sexy as well.
I mean, I just don't know if it fits your strat or not. No dig or anything. I know you got an actual strat, so I just didn't know if it fits the strat. All right, on to the next. UF's fucking announcing the card. CJ Vergara versus. All right, one of you boys can help me with this one.
Alsu Amabayev or something like that.
Almabayev we can go with. So we got Vergara versus Almabayev. These boys are fighting at 125 pounds. Vergara 12-4, 5'6", 68 inches of reach, fights orthodox. Asu, I think that's how it's said, is Asu. 18-2, 5'4", so 2 inches shorter, 65 inches of reach, 3 inches shorter. Also fights orthodox. Asu only has one fight in the UFC, so hammering off the stats aren't going to do much. I can say that Vergara puts out at 6 per minute and absorbs at 5 per minute, and that's over a rack of UFC fights. So he is very hittable, even though even though he puts out at a good volume. Vergara, over 27 books on this fight, is reporting global averages of 355. Asu is sitting at minus 500. You can see him as low as minus 625. Vergara doesn't go you won't get any better money on him than plus 310. So the over 2.5, under 2.5 is lined at minus 115, minus 115. So they see it as a split as to whether or not it actually makes it the distance. This is an over fight for me, Trace. That's all I got on it. Go ahead, bud.
I'll kick off to Chris on this one. Chris, do you have a solid take on this fight?
I do. I just actually finished watching some tape on Asu, and one thing that stands out to me on both of these fighters, both their records are really inflated coming into the UFC. They both fought a lot of people who have even wins and losses, or more losses than wins. And when I was watching some fights, Asu, he does not like to get hit. If he gets hit, he goes for a double leg right away. Like, that's like an automatic reaction. So I could just see CJ, hitting him with a shot, and then him never giving him a chance to hit him again and just laying on top of him for 3 rounds. So I would play Asu by decision. That's the way I like this fight. It's over and decision for me.
I just wanted to point out that every time CJ has missed weight, he's lost. So let's also see how his weight cut goes to really know what's going to happen. But Astu's he's a grappling guy. He's pretty damn good in that. If he gets his back, he's definitely going to choke him out.
Absolutely, I agree. And, CJ Vergara's weakness is in round 2. Like, apparently he can't avoid a submission in round 2 to save his life. So,
Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen there. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
Astu's
actually.
a main because he's all grappling. A lot of grapplers, you think that they're scared. It's like, no, they're just not standing with you. If you're going to start throwing heavy strikes, it's just easier to take you down. So they time it on that shit.
yeah, and Vergara doesn't really have takedown defense to support it either. Like, he can't stop Asu's constant takedowns. And them double legs are pretty pristine that I was watching happen. But I can tell you what, I'm ready to fade him if he can fight anybody with good takedown defense and decent striking, because he does not like to get hit in the face. You could see his reaction. He winces when he gets punched. He does not like it.
No, I do think he chases the takedown heavy. I do think he's able to control him. I actually do like the late round 2, round 3, possibly submission prop for FanDuel for this one. I haven't looked at the line. I don't know if the line has dropped on that fight yet. Probably not, because it's early in the card. But yeah, I'll probably be on the round 2 or 3 Asu submission, as well as the over and probably decision prop. Probably go light on the submission and a little bit more heavy on the decisions. I do think Vergara probably could make it to the throughout the fight, but yeah, I think if there is a finish, we probably see Asu getting the submission getting late in the fight.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I agree.
I do have to say this. It's been a little while, but I taped CJ Vergara at some point, and despite what I just said about 125ers, because I won't bet a 125er to get the knockout, CJ does hit pretty hard for a 125er. That is one thing I remember specifically noting about him. Um, I don't know. I'm not trying to change nobody's bets. It's just the only thing I can give him. Nobody seems to be on him here, so I'm just trying to throw the dog a bone there. Plus 355 makes sense.
For me, if you're going to give me a striker versus a grappler, I'm more often not going to go with the grappler. I mean, unless it's just an elite with an elite striker versus a okay grappler, unless it's just like a huge edge for the striker in a fight where they're probably similarly skilled in their realm. Give me the grappler.
I would say wait for weigh-ins. If he makes weight, definitely sprinkle his KO prop. That's his way to win this fight, honestly.
Daniel, what you got on this fight, bro?
It is a classic striker versus grappler. But I think CJ will get the finish in round 2. He usually gets his finishes in round 2. So I would say CJ by TKO round 2.
We will see, man. Good luck. If nobody else has another take on this, Joe, what you got?
So next on the odds board is Josh Parisian versus Robelis Dispage
The Spang.
Dispan.
The
D'Espagna.
Spaniard.
Espana.
Thank
There
you.
we go. Reporting over 28 books. Josh is a plus 259 dog. Uh, Robelis is a minus 345 favorite. The over under is set at 1.5. Over is plus money at plus 205. The under is set at minus 265. We go over hit tail of the tape real quick. Again, not good at two screens yet, guys. Sorry. These boys are fighting at heavyweight. There are no stats available for Robelis. But I can tell you that Josh is one of the biggest fades. Listen, he's probably a nice guy. Trace, what you got?
Yeah, I think this is first off, like looking at the guy's resume, the Spain or whatever is how you say his name is. He's fought nobody. The guys he fought nobody or hasn't fought anybody since fighting him. Um, I think he comes out there. I mean, the dude's huge. He's got the longest reach, I believe it is ever in the UFC. Uh, over 85 inches. I don't know what it is right in front of me, but
87. 87
yeah, I
at
mean
that
this
last
dude is
one.
enormous. Like he's an Olympic Taekwondo, I believe it was. Like the guy's obviously a legit striker, but he hasn't fought anybody yet. I hope he comes out here and he continues the trend of knocking these guys out in under 30 seconds. I'll probably be on the freaky fast finish or the going in 60 seconds prop, whatever it is on FanDuel or DraftKings, whichever one has the better. But honestly, man, I don't hate a submission prop, uh, a round 2 submission prop for Parisian, man. This guy's unproven. He's an older guy. He's not like he's a young guy. As far as we know, one dimensional. Parisian is no winner, no, like no betting dog that you really want to bet on. But at what the line's going to be at such probably a juice line, a submission prop around 2 or 3 for him probably could be a decent little sprinkle. I wouldn't put a lot of money on it, but it's a decent look at I think for a potential bad debut. We see it happen all the time. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna throw it off to Ozzy because he threw his hand up on this one. Then we'll get off for you, Chris. But Ozzy, what do you got on this fight, bro?
Hey fellas, how's it going? First off, great interview with Armfield, man. That was a good get. See, he's been doing the circuit. He's been a busy man this last week or so. Yeah, this guy, however you say his name, I don't know how you say his name, but we're all gonna know it pretty soon, man, because this guy really is the next big thing, man. Like this heavyweight division is trash, man. It is trash, and Parisian himself is a nobody. He's really shit, and he's going to get fucking waxed in this fight. I think at minus 300, there's value on this guy. I think next time you see him, they're going to put him against somebody else, Dontel Mays or something, and he's going to be such a big favorite. I think there's value on him now. I'm gonna have him in a bunch of parlays. I think this is a great way to start the card, man. He's gonna really beat the shit out of this guy, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, like I said, I think they have the DraftKings has the under 0.5 round now. You can bet that's probably going to be. I
Yeah,
don't have a
that's
number
good.
on that. That's
Who
probably
said
pretty
under 60
nice.
seconds?
Yeah, the going in 60 seconds is the FanDuel prop. I don't
Yeah, that's great,
obviously
man. That's great.
that's fights early on in the card, so they haven't dropped the props for that yet. But I do think he should win this fight. He should come out here and absolutely run through Parisian. But like I said, we've seen too many times, so I don't mind a hedge for especially like for someone like you that you're saying is super heavily invested. A little sprinkle never hurt nobody, but I respect it, Ozzy. Do your thing, brother. Chris, what do you got on this fight?
So, fun fact, right? I'm a heavyweight myself, and I train at Live Voltage MMA here in Royersford. And I went to an event last year up in the Poconos. Forget what the host of that event was, but this guy was there, dude. And I'm 6'5", 300 pounds, and he makes me look like a midget. Like, this guy is massive. Um, I don't care what people think that like Josh Parisian is some value side of this, right? No, he's not, dude. This guy is going to hit Josh Parisian one time and he's going to drop because the guy's arms are like my whole torso, right? He's massive. The dude is massive. I have no idea how he even is going to make this weight cut. He should probably be a super heavyweight at this point. So I'm not taking a shot on anything but the KO round one and the under 60 seconds prop once it hits. That's definitely going to be the play.
Absolutely, man. And this, I mean, realistically, this is what the heavyweight division needs. Like Ozzy was saying, like we need some breath, a new breath into that division. Tom Aspinall's nice. The couple other guys that we've seen, but like we definitely need some. This has been such a dead division for such a long time. Like honestly, since like the Kane Dos Santos era, it's been a pretty boring division, honestly. But Joe,
So
what you got?
the the thing is, it's hard for heavyweights right now to be scouted because there's not a lot of heavyweight fights in the regionals right now either.
Well,
It was hard for me to find fights.
the problem is with the heavyweight division is if you're an athletic big guy, you're probably going to basketball, you're probably going to football. There's just so many other outlets that pay more and offer so much more that that's going to be your first interest anyways. That's the
Exactly.
issue with the heavyweight division.
Yep, you're right, 100%.
Joe, what you got?
Okay, so I know who this guy is. I didn't recognize him by name. As soon as you guys said how big he was and that he's the kickboxer and shit, bros, he's gonna fucking kill Josh Parisen. There is no
100%.
way. There is no fucking way Josh can go with this guy. So I found this guy. If I recall, you can find two of his fights, and then one of them you can find on like a video, like on someone's phone, bros. Um, that dude's a fucking monster. No fucking way Josh Friesen beats this guy. Bet it by KO. That gone in 60 seconds prop sounds nice. I won't take that. But I'm gonna put it on my list. That's an official bet for me. I'm on 2 overs and a KO. I'm building a parlay that I'm gonna place at the end of this space.
We're actually in like the heavyweight division in a spot right now where it's actually at first I was like this kid's not going to make it far because of wrestlers, but like there's no wrestlers. Uh, Curtis Blades and Jailton Almeida, the guys that are fighting on this card, they're basically the only real grapplers outside of like Tom Aspinall. He does obviously have some grappling and wrestling, but like there's no real big wrestlers in that division. Like so, he's gonna have a
He's
striking
going to
edge over
smash his
most
way.
people. He's gonna run through people until he gets to Curtis Blades and him, and
Yeah.
then or if Jailton's still there or not. But like that's really his only real problems is they're gonna be the top three of that division.
Yeah. Like we were just saying the heavyweight division being trash. Like last week we seen Pedro retire. Why retire? Put on 50 pounds and go to heavyweight, dude. You're going to beat the shit out of some of these guys. This division is total trash.
100% agree.
Always
Joe,
has been.
Daniel, what you got, brother?
Yeah, y'all said it. It's just, obviously he hasn't fought real guys, but you can't ignore the fact that he's never gone past the round one. So yeah, I
He's
give
never
it
been
to
past minute one.
Yeah, his last fight only lasted 4 seconds, and the one before that only 3. So I give it till 2 minutes that he finishes the fight.
I think it's going to be similar to these other fights. He closes the distance in just a few steps and bonks him, and that's
I think
probably
so.
realistically the fight. But Joe, what's up next, brother?
All right, next on the card or next on the list is Michael Olejchek.
Oleg, yeah, Michael Oleg, shake.
Yeah, motherfucker, I said it right.
Come on.
Versus Michel Pereira. Michael is plus 220 or plus 123. That's reporting over 32
You
books.
skipped
Michelle
one.
is minus 152 over 32 books. The over is set at 1.5. Minus 170 is the over. Plus 140 is the under. Trace, go ahead.
Man, I came into this fight really wanting to bet Michael, and I do think there is a shot he can win this fight. He's got to be able to back him up into the fence and not be able to let him use that footwork and get in and box him up. He definitely has the advantage in the boxing, but that's about it. He's walk forward and he'll beat up most people in the boxing. I'll give him that. But Michel Pehe is a better mixed martial artist. We've seen him kind of fix the cardio issues. I still think he has little problems late, but he doesn't die after the first round anymore. I actually do like Michel Pereira to get a round 2, round 3 submission in this fight, man. I think he has a solid ground advantage. Honestly, I think if he comes in and fights smart, which could be an issue. If he comes in here and shoots the takedowns and tries to out wrestle the guy, which he should be able to do, I think he could get the submission late. Yeah, give me Michel Pereira. But I don't hate anybody on the Michael side because I honestly thought coming into this fight that I would be on the Oleg Shek side.
So I'll say I did skip tail of the tape. Man, my bad, bro. So Michelle's 6'1", 73 inches of reach, and Michael is 6 foot 74 inches of reach. Important stat: Michelle averages an 11 minute 45-second fight time, and Michael averages a 6 minute and 37 fight time. Both guys put out at 5 per minute, absorb at 4 per minute. Michelle has 1.5 takedowns per 15, doesn't do much with them. That doubles Michael at 0.7 per 15. Sorry, I got that out of order there, Trace. Yeah, I'm not betting this fight. I think that the bet is Olejchek by KO, if I'm being honest. But not enough for me to play it. It will not make my parlay, but I do think him by KO is the play here. If you're not parlaying and you're just looking for a play in this fight, I know they're both very hittable, but Michelle gets, man, he'll take it. He's more hittable with strikes that count. Some significant strikes are still not things that are, when you look at these stats, you might look at, oh yeah, they're both getting hit about 4 times per minute and landing at 5 times per minute. But damage for damage, strike for strike, damage for damage, Michelle is taking way more damage, and Michael hits like a fucking truck, in my opinion. So that's my take on this fight.
100%. Michael to the body late could be a problem. Like he could, if once he gets Michelle tired, if he still has cardio himself, Michael to the body could be a problem for Michel Pereira late. So I don't hate the KO props. Chris, what do you got?
So this fight's closer than a lot of people think, but the real thing that Michel Pereira he struggles with is pressure, and that's what Michael's going to bring. He's going to bring all the pressure. And Michel Pereira, he struggles with fighting off his back foot because he feels like he has to do fancy shit all the time, right? So that's kind of his weakness is like that forward nonstop pressure, walking through punches, walking through kicks. Like that's actually been, Michelle's Olashechek's like bread and butter. So I take Michelle Olashechek round 2, round 3 KO, like a late round KO. That's the way I see this fight going. Because I mean, Michelle Pereira hasn't had a submission in the last 7 years. Only one in the last 7 years. I highly doubt he's going to go for a sub against this guy who's going to be in his face all match. He's not going to get the opportunity to. Um, that's the way I see it. I mean, Carla Barrero subbed this guy, but I mean, Carla Barrero is not Michael
No,
Pereira.
yeah, worlds apart.
Yeah, exactly. Two different worlds. I think one has way more fight IQ. You know what I mean? So that's the way I'm going to go with it. Round 2, round 3 KO, late round finish. Props on Michael.
Yep, I don't hate it because I think if you are on the Michael side, that is definitely the way to go about it. YB.
So if I'm to believe what all of this have said, right? He just said he doesn't have his coach anymore. He just said he's.
You cut it off, YB. So I know where he was going with this. YB was going about where he said that he's no longer training with his coaches. He's training at home with his friends that he likes the people he likes to spar with his friends, and that yeah, like he's basically just training out of his house with his buddies now. So not exactly what you want to hear going into a fight, but how much of that's true we don't know.
Wait, who said that?
Michael himself in an interview.
Oh, what the fuck? I swear to God, I was like, you know what, bro? Everybody likes my little KO pick here. Maybe I will put it in the parlay. Fuck that. You bet no fucking dumbass training with his best friend in his garage. He's tough. You
Go ahead,
guys get
YB.
My bad. Yeah. So this dude is not gonna fucking win. I mean, just period. You can't do that. You can't make these stupid decisions. Michelle's going up a weight class, thank God, because he's been struggling at 170 for who knows how long. I don't know. Whatever reason he wanted to stay at 170, I understand. I'm glad he's up. He's gonna abuse this dude in probably a round or two. I
Well,
don't
he had a
see
massive size
Michelle
advantage.
doing that. Yeah, and I get that, but we all know at a certain point, the size advantage versus what you're taking away from yourself to fight is just not worth it. And so now he's
Yeah,
got the skills to go up to 185. It's going to be a lot better. I think he just abuses this dude in a round.
yeah. I mean, like most of the time, people go down to the lower weight classes because they have finishing ability on there. He doesn't really have. I mean, outside of the submission that he had, he didn't really have very many. He didn't have any finishes. I think it was all decisions except for that one fight. One fight, yeah. So yeah, like if you're not getting the finishes, why are you even punishing yourself? If you're just going to be a decisionator, where you're basically just having to get ahead early, and then hope you don't fall apart in the later rounds because of your cardio. So I agree. Daniel.
Yeah, I'm signed with Michael Pereira on this one. He's just been on a tear. He's won 6 times in a row, and I think the experience is on his side. And I don't know. I did not know about that. Apparently, he left his gym to train with his friends. Look, with all due respect, if your friends aren't top elite fighters, then you should not be training garage. I got Michelle Pereira by decision if he doesn't finish him in round 3.
Fair enough. Ozzy, close this one out for us, bro.
Yeah, man, I couldn't agree more. I think the submission play is really sneaky play, to be honest. I'm hoping we get a good number. The last couple of times I've thought had a good eye on a submission prop. The odds have been crap, so I haven't bothered playing them. But I really hope he's in a good position here. That's his path to victory, I think. Why not take this guy down? He gets taken down a bit. This is a decent matchup for him because I don't think Olin Jacek is a big guy for this weight class either. He comes in looking a bit soft. I know he's long and lanky, carries a bit of power, but I mean, it's not like he's going to be outpowered. I think Pereira is going to be the stronger guy here.
I've always
I
thought
think
that he
he's
could.
definitely got the.
I've always thought he could benefit from moving down to 170 myself.
Yeah, and you look at Pereira, he's not moving up because he's an older guy and he's sick of cutting weight. Like, it's amazing he made 170 once, let alone all those fights, man. He was just so much bigger than those guys. I think it's a good move, good for him to get up there. I think it's a great matchup for him. The path to victory is clear. If you want to go in there and just trade punches with Olin Jacek, you're flipping a coin. Um, but I think he should go and get these takedowns. And like I said, I think that submission is a really sneaky bet. I think he's only got one submission in the UFC. I don't know what. I should probably check that.
Yeah, he had
Somewhere.
I believe it is only one in the UFC himself.
Yeah, I think it was one of his first
I
fights.
do think Michelle Pahea is a sneaky option for DraftKings this weekend. I don't think a lot of people are going to use him for DraftKings. I do think that if he is able to get that submission, especially after racking up takedowns and control time, because that's going to be that is going to be what he's going to try to do. He's going to wing punches, just try to get the takedowns, I think, and then I think he's a solid option for a GPP lineup for DraftKings. Sorry, Ozzy, go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, he'll score high if he wins. I think he'll score high either because of takedowns, top control, ground and pound, a finish. Yeah, if he wins, he's going to score high. Same with Olin Jacek. If he wins, he's going to score high too because it's probably a round one knockout. But other than that, I think Pereira's a pretty good money line play. So I'm really hoping we get good odds on the sub. So I know some books offer same game parlay or multi, whatever you call it. We can get a takedown and submission in the same prop, and it really boosts that submission prop. So definitely look into that if your books hand them out.
Yeah, you can build that on DraftKings for sure.
Yeah, I mean it's just so much easier to add that takedown. Like I guess he could get a knockdown, club and sub, but I mean most of the time that's from a takedown. So yeah, fingers crossed. I'll be hitting that for sure.
All right, Joe, what do you have for us next, bro? Spend a little time on that one.
That's all right. I think we're still beating the average here. All right, up next we got Felipe Lins and versus Ian Cutelaba.
Woo, get it out.
Yeah, fuck off. For some reason though, oh, they're just out of order here. All right, so reporting over a mere 19 books. Ian Cutelaba is coming in at minus 137. Felipe Lins at plus 112. I see the over under, but I'll be honest, it's not reporting which round it is. So I'm going to skip over that. Tail of the tape on these boys. Ian is 6'1", or they're fighting at 205. Ian is 6'1", 75 inches of reach. Felipe is 6'2", 78 inches of reach. Both guys average less than 10 minutes of fight time. 7 minutes for Ian, 9 minutes, 42 seconds for Felipe. Ian is a southpaw. Felipe is an orthodox, if that matters to you. Ian's volume is actually a little higher than Felipe's. He throws at 4.6, absorbs at 3.2. Man, I'm having a hard fucking time getting it out today. I don't know what is going on. Felipe throws at 3.5, absorbs at 3.7. The grappling. So both guys would have numbers you wouldn't be mad to see in the grappling department. But Ian's numbers are crazy higher than Felipe's. So takedowns per 15 minutes, Ian is averaging 4.75, which is crazy high for any weight class, any division. But Felipe averages 1.55. Both guys have very good takedown defense. Ian is at 77%. Felipe is at 100%. Ian gets the takedown at 58% opposed to Felipe's 35%. Both guys average 0.0.0 submission takedown or submission attempts per 15 minutes. Both guys are coming off of wins here. I have a very hard rule. I do not bet Ian Cutelaba fights at all. Fuck, you just can't do it. Trace, go ahead. I would say though, fight to go the distance, no, is probably a fucking lock. Trace, go ahead.
Yeah. So the only person whose resume matches or even rivals, rather, Alex Perez. Is it Alex Perez that just fought last weekend? Yeah, Alex Perez. For cancellations would be Felipe Lins. The dude cannot make it to the fight day. I'm avoiding this fight on DraftKings for that reason. I've had Lenz in a couple fights that I thought he had an edge and would be a solid option, and the fight got canceled and it killed my lineup before it even started. So I'm steering clear from this fight as far as betting. Gun to my head, if you're going to tell me to pick a fight or pick a winner, I'm probably riding with Lenz on this fight. Uh, I say it in here all the time. I always go with the guy with the better cardio edge, and also in this fight, I think he has the IQ edge as well. So give me Felipe Lenz. I think he gets to finish late. Q Talaba tends to panic whenever fights doesn't go his way, and tends to get caught by making bad decisions. So not sure how Lenz gets it done if the fight happens, but I would probably go with the KO more often than the submission. But yeah, I do think this fight gets finished either way. Chris, what do you got?
So I agree with you. I mean, you couldn't sit here and tell me that Philip Lynn is the older man, and I would believe you. Because, like, I am Kutalala for 30 years old. The dude's only got 5 minutes of gas. Literally. That's all he has to offer. And I'm going to go with the older man here. I think he has more gas. He can go all 3 rounds. I think he's going to be alive in a second. Give me a Philip Lynn's KO round 2. Nice and sweet.
I like it. I like it. Daniel, go ahead.
Absolutely not. This fight will not go the distance. Both these guys are finishers. And I'm going to point out that Ian's won the 2018 PFL heavyweight tournament by a finish in round 4.
That was not. That was actually Felipe Lenz.
That's what I said, Felipe Lins.
I thought you said Ian. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, no, damn it, I meant to say Lens. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, like, I find that extremely odd. How is it that the older man who's 38 has more gas than the one who's 8 years younger than him? That is just beyond me.
It's
I have.
genetics, man.
What's that?
A lot of it's genetics.
You know what?
It's also the fight plan. He comes in there like a horse, throwing haymakers all the time. You lose your
Yeah.
gas.
Yeah. Anyway, so the way I see it, it could either go by KO or submission for Felipe Monstro. I'm giving it the latest, either 1 or 2, either by submission or 1 for Monstro.
Fair enough. Ozzy. Andrew, I just want to before you jump on the mic, Ozzy. Andrew, if you want to grab the teletape from going forward, it's up to you. Joe's been struggling tonight, so I figure I'd give him the option to get out if he'd like to. Ozzy, what do you got on this fight?
Thanks, Trace. Fuck off,
Yeah,
bud.
I think a good bet on this one would be, if you book opposite, would be Kudalaba by decision only. That means if the fight doesn't go the distance, it's just void. You get your money back. It's a push. But if it does go the distance, it's only because Kudalaba's getting takedowns, and a lot of them. So I think if it does go the distance, Kudalaba is way more likely the winner. For inside the distance, yeah, it's probably Kudalaba getting KO'd once he gets gassed or gets caught slipping on the feet. But yeah, I think decision only. Might even look at some takedown props for Kudalaba. I think he's hit takedowns in all of his last 6 fights. He's hit a bunch of takedowns in some of his fights, and some of them end in the first round. He's getting 3 takedowns. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to look at the takedown props more so than betting overs or unders or something like that.
Yeah, from a DraftKings perspective, like this fight kills me not being able to play it because of that exactly. Kujalaba does. He's actually even though he loses, when he does well, when he wins, he scores well. He's like you said, high volume on takedowns, controlled time, finishes usually. He's a good option for DraftKings if you think he wins. But even if you think he wins, because of how much or how often Lens drops out of fights, it's just completely, like I said, it kills DraftKings lineups for me from that standpoint. I'm steering clear of it. But yeah, if you like the takedown props, it's probably a solid DraftKings prop bet. You're talking about earlier, takedown with a finish or just takedowns and round props. I feel like that's probably a good bet there, Ozzy. If nobody else has nothing else on this fight, we can move forward. Andrew, are you ready to roll?
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to the bantamweight division right now. We have the toughest bantamweight I think I've ever seen in Pedro Munoz, and he's going to be taking on the fun, action-filled Kyler Phillips. Pedro Munoz is 20-8 with 2 no contests. Kyler Phillips is 11-2. Dude, this is funny. Pedro averages 11 minutes and 7 seconds of fight time, and Kyler Phillips averages 11 minutes and 11 seconds. So 4 seconds difference. That's hilarious. Kyler Phillips is 2 inches taller, 5'8" to 5'6". However, he has a 7-inch reach advantage, 72 inches to 75 for Pedro. Both of them fighting orthodox. Similar-ish stats. They both have high output. Pedro Munoz puts out 5.4 strikes per minute, takes back 6.14. Kyler Phillips puts out 5.36 and takes back 3.36. Kyler Phillips definitely is the more action-filled grappler. He puts out 2.87 takedowns per 15 minutes. Pedro Munoz is about a half. They both have fairly good takedown defense, 82% for Pedro Munoz, and Kyler Phillips is standing at 70%. Pedro Munoz is coming off of a loss to the title challenger this weekend, Marlon Chito Vera. And Kyler Phillips is actually coming off of a 2-fight win streak over Marcelo Rojo and Heoni Barcelos. Who would like to kick this one off?
Like butter, Joe. Did you hear that? Pooh! Take notes, my boy. Take notes. All
What
right.
are the what are the odds again?
What
I
are the
got
odds?
you. I don't have the over-under on my book yet, unfortunately, but Kyler Phillips is a minus 210 favorite currently, right now. Pedro Munoz is plus 175.
I do have a solid take on this fight, but I'll kick it off to our guest off first, so I'll give him first option on this fight. Chris, what do you got?
Man, I was hoping you would say that, man. I've been itching to say something. Listen, those stats you read off, man. Kyler Phillips' stats compared to Pedro Munez, he has not fought the level of competition that Pedro Munez has fought. So his stats don't even count in this situation or this fight. Pedro Munez has some of the best striking defense I've ever seen in MMA. And his leg kicks alone are going to be what's going to hurt Kyler Phillips. Those leg kicks are nasty. Kyler Phillips hasn't been kicked like that yet. I think by the time he feels those first couple leg kicks, he's going to be trying to grapple the whole fight, and he's not taking Pedro Munez down. So give me the dog, Pedro Munez, plus 195 money line right now, plus 200 on bet online. I would take that all day in a heartbeat.
I am 100% on board with you for this fight. I think the leg kicks are going to be a huge problem for Kyler Phillips. He already slows down a little bit in the later rounds as it is. I think we see his legs get ate up, and then he starts to panic, like you said. I think it's more likely a decision, but I don't mind a shot on the round 3 or round 2 or 3 KO prop. Maybe not the most likely, but I do think he could tear him up with the legs, and it could all fall apart from there.
I agree with that. That prop right there on FanDuel is usually plus 200 or higher. The round 3 or decision prop. You got to look on that under round props. It's underneath of that tab. It's fucking great prop to bet on this fight.
Solid. I'll probably take a stab on both then. Joe, go ahead.
I'm taking the over 1.5 in the parlay. Yeah, sorry. I think it's free. That's all I got. I'm not going to restate everything everybody else just said.
Usman.
Yeah. I agree with just about everything that y'all said so far. The only difference I have is I've always said fucking Kyler Phillips looks like he's on skates out there sometimes. The boy moves really well. Sometimes it could be to his detriment because he stops in the wrong places. But that might lead Pedro to just do a little more of trying to hunt him down. I would be safer than both of y'all. And instead of taking that really nice plus 191 money line, the bet I like the most is the point spread. Pedro Muniz 3.5 minus 165. I think that's a damn near lock because I think Pedro is the only one that has a finishing opportunity in this fight. And even if he loses a decision, he's bound to take one round. So I like Pedro 3.5 minus 165.
Yeah, I think he takes round 3 for sure. Solid prop there. Usman, I like that. Ozzy, go ahead.
Yeah, man, I really like that prop as well. I really like that. I think Phillips is pretty good. He's got some good movement in that. He likes to bounce around a lot, but man, these leg kicks are going to add up. And the movement he has in the first half of round 1 isn't going to be there later in the fight, man. He's going to get that leg chewed up. Munoz is really good at fucking taking that leg out. That's really a lot of his game depends on that. And that's what he's going to do here, man. I think he's going to land 40, 50 leg kicks in this fight. Um, I think him to win. What is he now? Plus 200. Plus, I think it's even
Plus one.
better
He's
now,
like
isn't it?
plus 180, 190, something like that.
Okay, well I got him
But
at
yeah,
plus 200. Yeah, I think I got him real early. I thought that was just a steal. Um, I'm going to bet him by split decision when the split decision props come out. I think he's probably going to lose round 1. If you do want to bet him, probably bet him after the first, because I think he's going to look better as the fight goes on. These leg kicks are going to mount up. He's not too big of a power puncher on the feet, but he's definitely going to try to take your legs out. And yeah, as the fight goes on, it's going to be his fight. I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one round in this fight where everyone's like, "Well, who the fuck won that round?" So I think a split decision is pretty good, and I'll definitely have a piece of that in this fight.
yeah, I like all those, man. That's solid stuff there, Ozzy. Daniel, go ahead, and then we'll let Chris close it out.
I'm going with the underdog on this one. I don't see this fight going decision. I can see both of them knocking out each other. I see Munoz submitting Phillips more than Phillips doing that to Munoz. But I'm going with the underdog Matrix Phillips by KO.
All right, Chris, close it out for us.
I just thought about something. You remember Kyler Phillips got banned for using substances, right? He wasn't he all juiced up that one year he came in and
Yeah,
knocked
he sure did. He sure
and
did.
he got it to
And he
Usagi on.
claimed tainted. He claimed tainted supplement, but it was an injectable.
Yeah, it's definitely
Off
a
terrain.
Yeah,
So
hilarious.
I
Yeah.
think
Last
I
year
think
in
a hot take
July.
though. You watch the weigh-ins, and if he looks juiced out of his mind, dude, you play him KO round 1. I mean, I don't know if he can knock out Pedro Munez though. Like that chin is legendary, but I mean, with some juice in your system, you'd be surprised what you could do. So I mean, that's something that could ruin a lot of people's parlays and bets if like he comes in juiced out of his mind and just floors Pedro Munez.
And let's be honest, like the quantity, like him overwhelming him is how he's got to do it. It's got to be a volume of strikes. It's not going to be just one big strike. He's got to put it on him and basically have the referee step in for him. Yeah,
Right.
I
Like
don't think it'll be a clean knockout if anything.
crazy strikes and just like a rapid dog on top of him, right?
Yeah, just pounding away. Joe or Andrew, rather, what you got next?
We are going to the lightweight division, gentlemen. We have Mateusz Gamrot taking on Rafael dos Anjos. Mateusz Gamrot's 23-2 with 1 no contest. Dos Anjos, the vet, the 39-year-old vet, I should mention, is 32-15. Mateusz is 2 inches taller, 5'10" to 5'8". They do have the same reach at 70 inches. And something you don't see very often, you got 2 southpaws facing each other. So, not that Gamrot strikes that much, but it's still cool to see. If we go to the stats, Gamrot puts out just about 3 strikes per minute. Dos Anjos 3.5. They both take about 3.2 per minute back. However, Gamrot's grappling stats are going to be a little bit different. He takes down he has 4.36 takedowns per 15 minutes to Dos Anjos' 2. He has a 90% takedown defense to Dos Anjos' 56. Mateusz is coming off of a 2-fight win streak over Fiziev and Jalen Turner. And Dos Anjos is coming off a recent loss to Vicente Luque. Who we starting off?
So y'all know me. Y'all know I love my OGs. I hate to see the legends go. The old guys that we've watched for so long. RDA, so many epic fights, so many wars. But yeah, I think outside of him catching a guillotine or a guillotine on an entry, I think we see Matus chain wrestling him to death, man. I think we see a just takedown after takedown until he gets him down, and then control time, man. I don't think he can out wrestle Matus. I don't think he has the power to put him away anymore. And like I said, outside of I think a guillotine, I think this is Matus Gamrot decision all day. He's actually one of the few options up top that I do like for DraftKings. I do think he'll pay off his DraftKings salary, so I do think he's a solid option of the high dollar guys in the salary pool. Chris, what do you got on this fight?
So I agree with you on the legends never die thing, right? But in this fight, I'm gonna be honest. Like Gamrot has reached his ceiling, right? We know what we expect from him. His striking is very subpar, and his grappling is what saves him, right? But his last fight, I'm not gonna lie, dude, he was losing that fight up until that injury, and he looked like he was about to gas anyway. And if he gets like that against this legend right here, Dos Anjos, RDA, he's done for, dude. If he gasses in the second round, he's getting submitted. That's for sure, 100%. So you know what? I'm gonna take a shot on RDA. He's the dog in this spot. It's either Gamrot by decision or RDA by sub. That's how I see this fight. It's pretty narrow.
I agree. I agree with you, man. Joe, take it.
So I am going to again be on an over. I'm building a parlay. I'm going to play here. That's what I'm doing for the breakdown here. So I think the over 1.5 is easy money. The 2.5, little more sweaty. I mean, Gamrot does finish. I don't know that I'm going to trust him to finish RDA. I actually don't know that I'm going to trust him to out Russell or out grapple RDA. RDA seems to be that guy that every time he's supposed to get fucking manhandled, he doesn't. It's the guys they say that he's gonna manhandle that somehow manhandle him. Like the cap goes wrong. Like the masses call it fucking wrong almost every single time. Um, so I expect RDA to show up. I think he gets me to the over 1.5 very easily. Chris saying that he's taking a stab at the dog here. I'm not mad at it at all. I see a situation where RDA could stuff takedowns, spend some time against the fence, maybe do some reverses to push off, land the better strikes in the exchanges, land some leg kicks in the small distance that he has, leading to a third round, like a clear third round win. So he's only got to pick up one or two. Two will probably be the question. Yeah, I really think there is a path for RDA to take it the distance and get the W. But I'm just going to take the over because I'm probably building an 11 leg here and I'm going to play it. So that's what I got. I will kick it over to Usman.
Y'all fucking tripping. Fucking Gamrot the GOAT is going to ragdoll this fool just like fucking Luke did. He's going to go ahead and maul this dude. He's going to hump him up against the fence for 3 rounds. Gamrot the fucking GOAT. It's a lock. Gamrot by decision. Hit the over. Gamrot by unanimous decision. Make all the money that you want because there it is right in front of your face on a damn platter.
My only thing I want to say about what Chris said about the cardio earlier was if this was a 5 round fight, maybe I would say maybe so. But this is being a 3 round fight. I don't see Gamrot. Honestly, I think Gamrot, if he chose to, could weaponize his pace against RDA. But we'll see what he does here. Ozzy, what do you got?
Yeah, mate. That's yeah. Usman said what's going to happen, man. Here, I mean, we've seen RDA. We've seen every single. He's fought everybody. We've seen every single style. But just listen to this. Colby got 7 takedowns. Usman 12. Even Leon Edwards got 3. Moicano didn't take him down. Kind of RDA kind of beat the shit out of him in the wrestling department there. But Vicente Luque took him down 8 times in their last fight. I mean, even Paul Felder's got a takedown on this guy. If every single one of his fights ends in wrestling, either he's getting dominated or he's doing the dominating. He's not dominating Gamrot in the wrestling department. He's not going to out cardio Gamrot. If this was a 5 round fight, I'd be pretty heavy on the 4 and 5 props for Gamrot. I'm going to take a stab on him at round 3. I think most likely it probably does go the distance, but I think Gamrot's going to win almost every minute of this fight. Someone said RDA's got a guillotine's chance. Yeah, I think that's pretty much his only chance. I don't think he's going to really get much top position here. If he does, I think Gamrot's probably going to get up pretty quick. He's pretty good at getting up. He struggled against Sarukian. I think Sarukian, I think probably it was close, but I think that was probably a bad judge's decision in that fight. But I think he's going to win pillar to post here, and I think he's probably not much value at -300. But if you're looking for something, there's probably better -300 spots on this prop when you look on this card when you look at props and things. But yeah, I mean you can probably chuck him in something for sure.
Oh yeah, he's a solid anchor for parlays for sure.
Can I hop in really quick?
Go ahead.
I just want to counter you and say that you said he either dominates or get dominated in the grappling. This fight is at lightweight. He dominates every time at lightweight. He has only been out grappled by 170 pounders. He's just not big enough to wrestle them guys, to grapple those guys. He is a monster at 155. If you go break those stats down, you don't even need to go click them. Just go look at it and you'll go, holy shit. He only gets out grappled by 176-foot guys and he out grapples everybody else. It may not mean anything against Gamrot, but all I'm saying is if you're going on those numbers and look at them for what they are, he always wins at 155. He always loses at 170. I don't know where you want me to throw it. Andrew's a host. Go ahead, Andrew.
All right, guys. I've reiterated this many times in this space. Once these guys hit 35, you got to start looking at them a little bit differently. This guy's 39 years old. He's staring 40 years old right down the street. He can see it. It's right down the street. He's obviously slowed down. You guys have already hammered on it. Dude, he's 39 years old. He is not that guy. I'm sorry. Listen to Usman. Everything Usman said except the GOAT shit. He's absolutely right. Take the over, take Gamrot. You guys are in good hands.
All right, Daniel, what you got on this fight?
He was the best, but not anymore. Let's just face it. And yes, for the record, Gamrot was losing that fight against Fisby until he hurt his leg. But the bigger picture is Dos Anjos isn't that guy anymore. I think this fight would be his retirement. I hate to see it because look, I love the guy, but let's face the facts. He's going to get ragdolled by Gamrots. The latest I see, round 3, but I'm taking the ending it by KO finish, round 2 for Gamrot.
So to be clear, only me and Chris said that it could be RDA, right? Because next week I'll be in here. I'll be like, I'm the only one that said it, and 6 people.
No, I said RDA.
No.
I said RDA had a guillotine's chance.
Well, yeah, but what kind of out is that? You're on Gamrot though, right?
Yeah, I'm on Gamrot. No, I'm not going to be in here next week. Like I said, I would love for him to win, honestly, but I don't think so. But yeah, so out of respect for Chrisology, it is a weekday. I do want to kind of start moving through these a little bit quicker. So if we're having similar takes and you're more or less just going to come on and reiterate the same fact, save it for the next one. I'll get you on the mic first. I just don't want to hammer these to death for time's sake for Chris. Andrew, what do you got next?
Flyweight division time, and I'm pretty sure that she just got married because I see a different last name. I've seen it for a couple weeks. We have Caitlin Sermonara, formerly known as Caitlin Chukagian. She's taken on Macy Barber. Caitlin is 18-5. Barber is 13-2. They both average very high fight time, 14 minutes for Caitlin, 12 minutes for Macy. Caitlin is 4 inches taller, 5'9" to 5'5", and she has a 3-inch reach advantage, 68-65. One of my favorite matchups, Caitlin is an orthodox, Macy Barber is a switch, so you will see her in the southpaw at times. We go to the stats. Caitlin puts out 4.59 strikes per minute, takes back 4.41. Macy puts out 4.6 and takes back 2.72. Caitlin is coming off of a loss to Manon Fior, but before that, she was on a 4-fight win streak. Macy Barber is actually on a 5-fight win streak, so this should be a good fight. It seems like Joe really wants to start this off. Let's hand it to him.
Freest over of the night. Freest over of the night. Freest over of the night.
That shit's going to open at -3 something. I already know it.
Parlay piece, baby. We're stacking 12. Who gives a fuck? Freest over of the night. I don't need to hammer it away. Caitlin Chukagian is the over glitch. She just is. She has been since we started these spaces. I know I just kind of been on overs all night. Sometimes there's weeks where those are just the spots I feel like I like, and this week I feel like I like a gang of them. But I'm not being funny at all. People make jokes about Patchy Mix and Tatiana Suarez being money glitches and shit. I am telling you, Caitlin Chukagian on the over is a money glitch. That's my take.
Over. Fight ends in
Yes,
decision.
sir.
Fight ends in decision. Chris, what do you got?
All right, so we got the Sound Queen versus the Future, right? Caitlin is a decision machine, and I usually don't bet against her to go to the judges' scorecards. However, Macy Barber, she's still growing, and I feel like she hasn't hit her ceiling yet. I feel like the last 3 fights out, we've seen a new improved striking. She actually has that where I can pin you to the cage and knock you out kind of thing now going for her. So I want to take a ride on the wild side in this fight. I'm going to bet round 3 KO. That's my prediction. Macy Barber, round 3 KO. So the round 3 or decision prop is a must bet for me. And that's what I plan on hammering.
I will only say this in response, Chris. It's your money. Do what you want with it. But Hebus has shown to be chinny in the past. Her finishing her or hurting her, I wouldn't take that in too much. So I would stick with the round 3 or decision, like you were telling me earlier.
But keep in mind, she just got married. She just got a new house. She's planning settle down mode. Is she really taking training seriously? We don't know. You gotta.
We do know she's going to key all the shit out of us, though.
Yeah, she's gonna key out the judges for the whole fight. We know that.
Hey, can we bet Macy Barber by robbery? How do you do that? You take points on Chukagian
It's
or
called a
whatever?
split. It's called a split decision.
Yeah,
Bro, because
that's a good bet.
she has more robbery decisions than anybody in UFC fucking history.
Freest over ever, like Joe said.
You got a gang of hands up on this one. This is the hottest one of the night, Trace. Andrew.
Yep, I say this every time she fights. I say it every time in this space, and I love fucking saying it. There are 3 things guaranteed in life. We have death, taxes, and Caitlin Chukagian, a.k.a. Caitlin Sermonara, by decision. This is obviously a free over. However, what concerns me about her is her takedown defense isn't very good, and Macy Barber is a pretty good grappler. If Macy is going to win, she's going to have to get the grappling going because I just don't think she's going to outstrike Caitlin for 3 rounds. So I don't know if necessarily it's just fight goes distance. Save yourself the over. There's no finish in the last 2.5 minutes. Just fight goes the distance.
Who's been take it? Then pass it off to better times when you're done.
Plus 550, plus 600, flip a coin, take one or the other, or just take both and win no matter what. Macy Barber by split decision, Caitlin Chukagian by split decision. Them odds is way too sexy for a couple of girls that are going to make a close fight that goes to decision. Plus 550, plus 600.
I
That's your
would
win.
Yeah,
I would
but
just
what is fight goes the distance? What is fight goes the distance? Plus
Bro,
300?
bro, you
It's
don't want to
probably
look at
minus
that. It's
300.
minus 325.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What the? fuck? What
I
about
told
fight
you it
goes
was
to
going to
split?
open up in -3 something,
Goes
bro.
What about
goes to
fight goes to split?
goes to split is plus 275.
Yeah, I would just
That's
put a
what you're
unit
getting
on.
anyway.
I
So
would put
that's
a
what you're getting if you bet both sides.
Yeah, I would just put a unit on that, and then take a quarter unit and put it on your side, whichever one you think wins.
Yeah,
And I'm on
they've
Caitlin, by
got
the way. Take
six.
it away, Aussie.
Sorry, man. They got six split decisions between them. You guys have already said it. It's going to split. I don't think either girl dominates. Yeah, split decision all day.
Caitlin Chukagian dominates. The judges give Macy Barbers round 2 and 3 anyway.
Yeah, they've both won fights unanimously that they should have probably lost. So there's a lot of fights that should have gone to split that haven't. So yeah, split decision all day.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a lot of yelling at each other while they throw punches. Better. What do you got?
Yeah, the actually decision thing is probably the best bet. I'm not gonna say split. Yeah, I think either way, either one by decision, you're getting plus money. So it's a win-win. But as far as who's gonna win, I believe Chukagian got it. Like her boxing is good, her wrestling's all right, but I don't think she's gonna be able to take Macy's down. Macy's too strong, but I don't think Macy's gonna be able to take her down either. And what was I gonna say? Really, really, I just don't see how. Like, in my opinion, Macy is not improved. She has the same like just wide power strikes, and but her greatest asset is her clinch work. Like, it's amazing watching her in the clinch because she knows how to deliver the elbows, no matter what position she's in. But I don't see that happening either because Jalen Kukagian likes to use her movement. She likes to move a lot and she likes to time her strikes. And I don't see Macy getting ahead of that. So, in my opinion, it's going to be Caitlin Chukagian by decision. But either one by decision, you're still up.
Yeah, she said like I'm just taking the over in this fight. Like I'm not picking a side. Initially, I thought I would go with Chukagian, but I'm just going to opt out for the over. I do think Macy has improved some. I just think that Kia, man, it's just something about it. For whatever reason, the women's division, that shit works. Like if you're yelling when you're connecting on punches, it just gives you that power. I don't know, but yeah,
That's a karate thing. Yeah, that's basically the technique. When you ki at the end of your shots, it provides like a little bit more power.
it's just making
It,
sure you're
it
breathing through your punches is all it is.
yeah, that's all that is. But that's the reasoning behind it when if you take karate.
Right. Yeah. Daniel, close it out for us, buddy.
You are correct. Well, Taekwondo is different from karate, but you get the point. You get those, you do those flashy kicks and stuff like that. That's what Macy Barber does. With that saying, that's the reason why she has the second most knockouts in the flyweight division. So I forgot who said it first, but I agree. I see Macy Barber pulling off a TKO finish in round 3. I think she has what it takes to give the blonde fighter her next finish loss.
Yeah, still one of the worst fighter nicknames there is. Andrew, let's close that fight out and move forward. What you got?
Let's go to the heavyweight division. This fight is very split from the people I've been talking to and what I've seen on Twitter. Very split fight, and the odds even say the same fucking thing. Curtis Blades, Jalton Almeida. Curtis Blades is 17-4 with 1 no contest. Almeida is 20-2. Let's see. 6'4" to 6'3" in favor of Curtis Blades. 80-inch reach over 79-inch reach in favor of Curtis Blades. Both of them fight orthodox. If you look at the striking stats, 3.56 strikes per minute put out by Curtis, takes back 1.89, 2.78 put out, and 0.52 taken back by Almeida. Jesus, I don't know if I've ever seen a stat that low. Go to the grappling department. Curtis Blades loves to take down people. He averages just about 6 takedowns per 15 minutes. And Almeida also likes to take down people. He averages about 5.1 per 15 minutes. Curtis Blades has 33% takedown defense, and Almeida has 75% takedown defense. Curtis Blades is coming off of a knockout loss to Pavlovich, And Almeida is coming off of a 5-fight win streak, his most recent one over Derek Lewis by decision. Trace, go ahead and start this one off, man.
Yeah, man. I think we see Jailton come out here, shoot a takedown, and get stuffed. I think we see Curtis Blade stuff the takedowns and force this man to strike with him. And I think he knocks him out in the first round. I think people are not taking into consideration the size advantage, the resume, the difference in resume in wrestling, and yeah, we've seen it far too often where yes, while yes, he has proven that he does have takedowns himself. I don't think he's going to get Curtis Blades down, and if he's not able to get him down and he's forced to stand and strike, yeah, I think we see him go to sleep pretty early in this fight. Blades has been shown improvements over the years in his boxing, and yeah, I think he finally puts it on. It's on a good display here. I mean, he was tearing up Derek Lewis on the feet before getting caught. I mean, the guy's got decent boxing, and I think he puts it on display here. Chris, let me get it to you, then we'll go over to Joe.
So I agree with what you're saying about Curtis Blades. It's definitely Curtis Blades' fight to lose this fight, but I think he does lose it. I think Almeida is actually the side here. The UFC obviously wants him to take over this division. He's their bread and butter right now, I would say. Maybe not go that far as saying bread and butter, but he's definitely climbing the ranks pretty quickly because they want to make sure he does. Um, to be honest here, I don't see him knocking out Curtis Blades, but I do see him coasting to a decision. I can see him just chain grappling with Curtis Blades and trying to show that they both have these levels. He definitely showed me and impressed me last fight out against Derek Lewis that he can do it. He can lay on top. He can just coast to a decision if he wants to. So because of that, I feel like in this fight he's going to need to prove himself even more, and maybe he does. So I'm going to go with the dog Almeida on this one. I'm gonna go just money line because I mean he's climbing right now. Like more money's coming in on Curtis Blades than you can imagine. So by the time fight starts, he'll probably be a great dog to bet. And why not bet this fight live after round one? Like this is a great live betting spot. If Curtis Blades stuffs the takedowns, then you know who to go on. And then if he can't stuff the takedowns, then you know to live bet Almeida. And since he's the dog, it's the easier side of live bet. That's where I would go with this one.
Joe.
I'm on fight to go the distance, no, and I am on Almeida as my pick. You can hold me accountable next week, but I'm on fight to go the distance, no. I think it's a pretty easy bet in my opinion. I know they've both gone the distance. I just don't see how this one makes it there with these two guys. I don't see a situation where they can grind each other out. Trying to grind the other one out in the grapple is a bad spot for either one. If one of them is outskilled, we know where that goes. Everything else you said, Trace. Usman.
Yeah, this is Almeida all fucking day, man. Like, I've seen people talk about Curtis Blades striking and how he's gotten better and shit from the very get go. I'll give him one thing. His best two strikes are that jab and that straight that comes right after it. And then I'll give him another little extra thing and say he does it well from both stance. But besides that, he doesn't really do anything else well. His hooks are very, very fucking telegraphed, fucking slow ass, no head movement. Fucking Sergey Pavlovich was dodging him. I really do not see like how everybody says that if it stays on the feet, fucking Curtis Blades is an easy lock. Second of all, Curtis Blades has not been tested defending takedowns at all, and the few times that he's been taking it down. On top of that, the times that he has been taken down, it's exactly the way that fucking Almeida gets the takedowns. Very, very low double or a low single leg, even getting a fucking high double and getting dumped by Alexander Volkov in that fight. But What did he do when he got those low singles put on him? He did not fight for an underhook or anything like that to defend the takedown. He said, "It's too low. I can't dip my big ass body that low, and I'm just gonna throw punches and get taken down." Then he gave up his back. Fucking, when you look back in his recent fights, besides the Alexander Volkov fight, Derek Lewis, Junior Dos Santos, they all stuffed his takedowns with just one underhook. Like, he may have the wrestling credentials. He's not the better wrestler here. Fucking Jalton Almeida has 3 UFC records going on right now. Top percentage of top control, top percentage of control, and then least strikes absorbed in the UFC at 0.49. I'm on Jalton all fucking day here.
All right. Better times.
Yeah, I already put my money in early as soon as I broke down that fight, Almeida. Man, I feel like I'm repeating myself here, man. The reason that knockout worked on Blades and not Almeida is because of how they do their takedowns. Blades is more of a I'm big and I'm stronger than you, so I could take you down just with my force. He just leans forward and just runs through his opponents. Like he basically dips into the uppercut. Almeida lowers his level so low and he springs for your legs. Maybe sometimes the hips too, but if you stuff his first takedown, then he's going for the legs. He attacks your base. And that is hard to defend because you cannot get that low without tipping over anyway. And that's why, if you remember, all those uppercuts that Derek Lewis threw, they all missed. None of them hit because he was too low. And Almeida has already proven that he can take down heavyweights, even the ones that can defend takedowns, even the ones who are like at the heavyweight limit. He grabs them, picks them up, and dumps them. And I believe that's what's going to happen against Curtis Blades. Now, as far as the striking goes, like Curtis Blades, I like his striking. It's all right. His timing is one of the best things I've ever seen. He knows how to time his strikes. Yeah, they may be telegraphed, but if you time it right, it's kind of hard to just defend that. You're gonna get hit. But Almeida, from the little we've seen, even though he's been knocked out before, he knows how to strike. He knows how to keep his distance, and he knows how to time his strikes. Even though the striking has been very limited in his MMA career, so I think Almeida is just better overall everywhere.
All right. Some passion on that take. Okay. Aussie, what you got on this, brother?
Yeah, mate, that was kind of a interesting take. I think Blades is definitely the best wrestler that Almeida's ever fought. He's definitely the biggest and strongest grappler he's fought. Um, Almeida, he really doesn't strike on the feet. I'm just going to run through a few of these. Like Danilo Marquez, all 30 strikes he landed were on the ground. Parker Porter, 17 of 18 on the ground. Takali, all 17. Shamil, 44 of 45. Rosenstrike, all 4 strikes. And Lewis, 30 of 38. We haven't really seen him on the ground, standing up and striking. So I think this fight, at least for round one, is probably going to look very, very slow on the feet. There's probably not going to be much going on. I wouldn't be surprised if no one shoots for a takedown in the first round. You really don't want to be sprawled on by either of these guys. I think whoever's on top has a big advantage. We really haven't seen the greatness of Blades since he just destroyed over him, man. That ground and pound, those elbows he cut over him up with and just knocked him out, put his head through the bloody mat, man. If he continues with that game plan against guys, man, he's going to be just an absolute force. He tends to lately not shoot until he's hurt on the feet. I don't expect him to shoot for takedowns in this fight, and I don't expect him to get hurt on the feet. So I'm kind of angling towards Curtis. I think it's probably going to be a very slow fight, and it's not going to be as action packed as we hope. And I think it's probably going to be a pretty boring decision. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Curtis. Almeida, I love that guy. I think he's awesome. I think his best work was going to be done at the lower weight class, at light heavyweight. We're going to see. This is the test for him. If he loses this fight, if he gets out grappled, no problems. Move back down and just run shit at 205. I can really see him doing some good work there, but he's probably going to be a bit undersized here. And And we're going to find out pretty quick if he belongs at this heavyweight division or if he should move back down.
Daniel, if you have a take for Blades, we'll hear it. But if not, we're going to move forward. We've hammered Almeida to death at this point.
Oh yeah, yes. Just so y'all know, like Blades has never been submitted in his career yet, and yeah, he is the best wrestler in the heavyweight division. He's proven it before 3 times: most control time, most takedowns, most top position time, most takedowns in an entire fight overall, 14. I think the way I see it is he has the better fighter IQ. He's going to take down Almeida, but he's going to be careful without getting submitted. He's going to drag his fight to round 3 and get the TKO finish from the top.
Solid, man. I hope it works out just like that, because then we'll have a little change in both our pockets and not fucking Usman's. Andrew, what do you got for us next?
You know.
All right, I'm going to mute the mic out for just a second here. We're going into the main card. After that, we got a few more hot topic type stuff, but this is a small promo mid-show. Thank you for your patience, guys.
Hey guys, it's Darce again. I just wanted to take a minute and remind you to visit our site capmma.com. Our odds board is connected to over 50 sports books. If a book is offering fight odds, CAP MMA will have them. Why go to Cap MMA for your odds, you may wonder? Well, there's a couple reasons. We have several quick visual markers to speed up what you're looking for. We have the worst odds, line movements, and flips. While you're there, don't forget to check out our Parlay calculator. It allows you to compare live odds in every book with a few simple clicks. Turn parlays to on and check the compare button. You might think you're getting the best returns for your money, but it never hurts. We have live rankings, betting tools, external resource listings, and the most up-to-date headlines from the best news sources, and you'll never have to leave the board for any of it. Not to mention it's both free and ad-free. CapMMA.com. Okay, back to the UFC 299 card breakdown. We only have 30 minutes to get through this card. So please remember to raise your hand and try not to repeat other takes. This will allow everyone mic time.
All right. So, Andrew, you the next fighter up for us, buddy.
Yes, sir. Back to the bantamweight division we go. We have Usman's favorite fighter, Peter Yan. He's going to be taking on Song Yadong. Peter Yan is 16-5. Song Yadong is 21-7-1 with a no contest. Peter is 5'7", to Song's 5'8". They both have the same reach at 67 inches. Peter Yan is a switch fighter, and Song Yadong fights orthodox. If we go to the stats, Yan puts out 5 strikes per minute, takes back 4.2. Song Yadong puts out 4.3 and takes back 3.73. They both have pretty good striking defense, 59% and 57% for a Song. Peter Yan is coming off of a 3-fight losing streak, albeit all killers, but it is a 3-fight losing streak. Song Yadong is coming off of a 2-fight win streak. Who would like to kick this one off?
I'm gonna kick it straight to Chris. I don't have a take on this fight. I feel like this fight's one of the harder fights for me to kind of pick. I think this is kind of like a mirror image of each other. These two guys that are basically fighting each other, fighting themselves essentially. One has a little bit more power, one's a little bit more cleaner, but essentially they're the very similar fighting style. But Chris, what do you got on this fight?
So I actually like this matchup a lot, but I would say Song has the power side, and I would say that Peter Yan has the much wider skill set and experience. To be honest, I've seen a lot of people saying that Song Yadong's grappling is going to come into play here, and I highly doubt it, man. I don't think he's got good enough grappling to take Peter Yan down. And on top of that, his agility is not the greatest either. Like he's not like a wrestler. You know what I mean? Like he's not like going to chain wrestle or what you need to have like Sterling did to take Yan down. He's going to try to shoot a takedown. Jan's going to stuff it. And to be honest, Peter Yan has number one on my list, the best striking defense out of all strikers. I would say he's probably got the best striking defense in all of MMA. And I don't care who you had in that Sean O'Malley fight, he won that fight, dude. They gave that fight to Sean O'Malley. And I watched that fight 30 damn times. He won that fight. Most of O'Malley's shots were blocked. And I know that fighters don't get points for blocks, but dude, you got to, man. This guy's defense is incredible. If you slow the fight down and watch it, Jan blocks 95% of the shots that are thrown at him. 95%. Guaranteed a hit on his elbow or on his arms. So I admire that, man. Jan is one of my favorite fighters. I love the guy to death. I think his skill set is there. I don't think he's on a decline like everybody keeps saying. This is his fight to lose, to be honest. I feel like he could win this fight as long as he doesn't get caught by a power shot. He could easily just coast to a decision and pick Song Yudong apart.
My only worry about this fight with him is that he does tend to lose the first round. And in 5-round fights, it's not that big of an issue. I'm talking about Peter Yan. But in this fight, if he gets behind, if he loses that first round, he has to win them second rounds, and he has to win them clearly, or he's fighting a losing fight. I think that's my biggest hesitation with this fight is that he's such a slow starter. Usman.
This guy right here, brother, this Chrisology guy, he's crazy, brother. He lose his mental, brother. This guy, Chrisology, he don't know what he's talking about, brother. How in the world are you gonna say the best defense when we got the best defense in the damn main event? You know what? We'll scratch that. Leave it alone. Who cares? Only one of the guys came out of that fight completely bloodied. And I'm talking about that Sean O'Malley fight. I ain't gonna get into it. Look, you take the younger fighter, you take the better fighter, you take the one that doesn't suck. Peter Yan, garbage. Absolute Chinese gutter oil. And that is what Song Yadong is gonna do to him. Fucking turn him into some Chinese gutter oil, burn him up, boil his ass, and then fucking use him to fry food again. Come on, man. Come on. I can't even riff anymore. You got me so heated up, Chrisology. Peter Yan, garbage. Fucking Song Yadong is going to put it on him. He is going to use the takedowns, not to get a takedown, but everybody knows the game now. You fucking put him up against the fence. Don't ever let Peter Yan get started. Don't let him get going. Put the pressure on him. Song Yadong is going to put a whooping on this fucking old man. Kick him out of the division already.
Bro, I don't know how you said that with a straight face without busting out laughing. That was solid. Better, or rather, Andrew, excuse me. And then go to better after you, Andrew.
Bro, my fucking cheeks hurt, man. I'm fucking dying over here. Chrisology's over here thinking like, dude, who is this fucking douchebag over here? No, Usman's a good guy, I promise. He just really dislikes Peter Yan.
Chilling. That's cool.
Come around more, Chris. You'll hear me rant about a bunch of fighters I dislike.
I agree with Trace in the sense that I can't pick a side one way or the other. I do feel like it's a pretty even fight, and I think the betting lines indicate that precisely. But what I do like is fight goes the distance. I don't really see a finish on either side. I think this is an easy over, and I'm just going to go straight to it and go fight goes the distance. Easy.
You know what? You talked me into it. I'm throwing that in my Macy Barber and Gamrot over parlay, dude. That's a solid fucking over parlay there. Better. What do you got?
Yeah, those first two people had some wild ass takes, man. First off, yeah, it's a pretty even fight, so it's a dog or pass for me, and I already got my money on Song Yadong because he's plus money right now. But as far as what I can see, Song Yadong has really good reflexes. That's the one thing I don't think anyone has ever talked about. His reflexes when it comes to his defense and his offense. His wrestling is actually solid. It's always getting better, and he doesn't really chain takedowns together because he times them very well. And the power is on his side, and he can take a shot. Now, Jan's defense is not the best in MMA. That's Sean Strickland. But he does have a very tight guard, which is why most of the shots get deflected. But Sean is a sniper. He was able to poke through the guard and around the guard. So that's why he won the fight, because he was able to hurt him in the first and the third. And people go, those judges went damage over whatever Jan did, which I honestly believe Jan won too, but that's another story. But it's the little holes that matter. Jan has a very quick opening when he throws his offense, and whenever you feint and he's coming back, you can always it's always the right hand. And whenever he goes for his offense, Song Yadong is going to be able to time that. And I believe his power and his combos, if there's going to be a finish, is going to be Song Yadong. And even then, if it goes to a decision, I believe the the striking flow of Piotr Jan is not going to match the pressure and power of Song Yadong. So I'm on the Song Yadong side. That's just what I see.
What I heard was splits and overs. Solid stuff, fellas. Daniel, what do you got?
I'm keeping it simple. Song has won two in a row. Both have gone to 5 rounds. Meanwhile, Jan has lost 3 times in a row. Two of them went 5 rounds. The only thing even about this fight is Song has 9 wins by knockout, 9 wins by decision. Song wins this either by decision or round 3 KO. And I'm going with the round 3 KO. Period.
All right, Usman, what do you got, real quick?
No, yeah. All jokes aside, I was just gonna say I think over and decision for both fighters, or even goes to split, because I mean, that's just the way it goes with these guys. They both hit hard. It's gonna be a close fight. As much as I hate Jan and as much as I want to shit on him, it's gonna be a close ass fight. I think Song Yadong plus 3.5. They don't have it out yet, but I think plus 3.5 would also be a good bet, considering how Jan starts off slow. That and the overs or decision would be my locks for this one.
Solid stuff, man. It's gonna be a good fight for sure. Andrew, what do you got next?
Let's go to the welterweight division. We have Gilbert Durinho Burns taking on Jack Della Maddalena. This is a fun fight. I'm actually intrigued with this one. Gilbert Burns is 22-6. Jack is 16-2. Jack has a 1-inch height advantage, 5'11" to 5'10". He also has a 2-inch reach advantage, 73 to 71. Gilbert fights orthodox. Jack fights switch. Gilbert Burns puts out 3.36 strikes and takes back 3.34, so pretty damn even. Jack puts out 7.2 per minute, which is extremely high. He's got to be top 5 in that category because that's insane. And he takes back 4.83. 54% striking defense for Gilbert and 67% for Jack. The grappling stats are in favor of Burns. He averages about 2 takedowns per 15 minutes, and his takedown accuracy is 35%. He does have 47% takedown defense. Jack doesn't really grapple, but he does have an 82% takedown defense. Gilbert is coming off of a loss to Bilal Muhammad, and Jack is coming off of a huge win streak, his last win being against Kevin Holland. Trace, you have your hand up. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm actually gonna wait and give my take a little later, but I'm gonna give first option on this one to our resident Australian. I'll let Ozzy take first shot on this one. Ozzy, what do you got on this fight?
Yeah, man, I love Jack Delamain. I mean, I really do. But there is definitely a big difference on the ground here. But Burns is kind of getting old, man. I think the body shots are going to weigh up on him. And I don't know if you guys were watching the Detroit Pistons game today. I bet you weren't. But fucking who's sitting there front row? Gilbert Burns with a fucking afro 10 inches high. Man, I don't know, man. This guy, is he taking this shit seriously? What's he doing at a fucking ball game today? I think Jack Delamaina, at these odds, I mean, shit. Why not take Jack? I really lean Burns with the grappling, but is he going to be able to grapple for 3 rounds? If he does, he might get an arm triangle choke or something like that. But I really hope Jack comes out and gets some good body shots on him and just knocks this guy out. Gilbert's day is kind of done. I think he was great for a long time. I don't think he's going to consistently get takedowns. If he does, it's probably early in the fight. But as much as I like the Burns price, you can get him at really good money. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go Jack. I think, yeah.
Yeah. Chris, what do you got? Sorry about that.
Hey man, I like his take on Jack. The only thing I'll add is Burns hasn't had a submission since 2019. I like to think that he didn't take this last fight that serious either. Bilal kind of had his way with him the whole fight, which we kind of all knew that Bilal was going to do that to anybody he faced next anyway. But at the same time, Jack definitely has the power advantage on the feet, and I feel like he said about the body shots. So originally I leaned round 2 KO from Adelina. I just see him getting close in the pocket. Burns like shooting a sloppy takedown and getting drilled with some body shots, maybe in the clinch, and then man, just old age taking over from that point. He's getting up there. So yeah, I'm on the Jack side here.
Yeah, for me, it's the jab, man. I think the jab's gonna just obviously just tear Gilbert apart, man. I think the jab and then it going to the bodies. I think him mixing the boxing up, like you're saying, is going to be a real problem for Gilbert. If you watched we all watched the Shavkat Gilbert fight, all that was to the head. I think if he had gone to the body, I think Gilbert's a little soft to the body. I think he could have got him out of there. I think we see Jack walk him down up against the fence, beat him up to the body, go to the head, and until he finally falls. I don't have a round in mind, but I do have the KO prop for JDM. So yeah, let's go Australia. Usman.
My stance hasn't changed since this fight was announced. I know everybody and their mom is trying to look for the fade spot for Jack Della. I don't think this is the right spot. Um, I think a lot of people disrespect Bilal Muhammad's striking and the patterns that he goes with. I bring that up because when you look at the Luque fight and the Gilbert Burns fight, he did a great job of changing directions along the fence and then using his strikes when he could. I think that the little movement that we shown when Kevin Holland was pressing Jack Della to the fence, it would be not smart because Gilbert can get takedowns against the fence, but if he can block or stop him and strike off of that fence, use that dang footwork that Bilal did, I think it's going to be a long night. The only thing that I'm not liking is that everybody is on the KO line. I understand lots of power, susceptible to that jab. I kind of want to go Jack Della by decision.
Yeah, but I don't hate the decision, but sometimes everybody's on the right prop. Sometimes it's not always everybody's on it. I gotta fade it. Sometimes you just gotta eat that chalk. Better. What do you got?
Okay, yeah, man. Look, I love whenever my opinions change after I break down tape. I was all over Burns before I broke down the tape, but as soon as I broke it down, I just see Jack Della winning. Now, I don't think Burns is old and washed up. I just think this is stylistically, this is going to be bad for him, just like Gilbert Burns can be bad for Jack Della. But if we remember the Hafez fight, I think he only got one true takedown on Jack Della Maddalena. The others was because Jack decided to pull guillotine, and now he's stuck under a guy who's very heavy on top. Every other takedown attempt besides that one other one I mentioned, he had really good reflexes when it comes to his takedown defense. Even when he is taken down, he has really good he has really good technique when it comes to getting back up or stopping the takedown from happening when it's almost there, almost completed. So I believe that is what's going to happen with Burns. And I don't see a decision happening, and I don't see it because of the power. The power, even though the power with Jack Della Maddalena is very real, it's the precision of his shots that get the job done, not the power. So the precision, the striking flow, and the combos, that's going to be a little bit overwhelming for Burns. And I believe the KO prop is good. The money line value is no more. I believe anything over 150, you're kind of risking it too much. Just go for the KO prop.
Hey, better. He was 3 for 20 on takedowns against Hafez. Or he defended 3. He defended. So Hafez only landed 3 out of 20.
So I was right. So he
Yeah,
got one
exactly. Yeah.
true takedown out
And
of
Hafez,
the two where he pulled guillotine.
and,
Yep.
and Hafez, like on paper, is a way better wrestler than Gilbert Burns. I put this in the chat earlier this week. I'm sure Phoebe saw it. At what point did Gilbert Burns become an elite wrestler? Is what I want to know. Joe, what do you got?
Gilbert Burns by decision is an easy pick, guys. Everybody's out here like I've let everybody talk. I've said no words. Jack Della will not do what Chimaev couldn't. He just won't. He will not outstrike him. His footwork will not matter. His shoulder movement's not going to help him. The way, it's not going to matter. Gilbert Burns is going to put him against the fucking fence. Gilbert Burns is going to take him down and control him. Gilbert Burns is going to do it again, and then he's going to do it again. Gilbert Burns, my decision is fucking cakewalk. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, I don't like it. Daniel, what do you got?
Hell freaking no. Hell, Gilbert Burns will sub his ass. Look, just because you haven't lost since 2016 doesn't mean you're God. Everyone is breakable. Everyone can be beaten. And correction, his last submission was last year against Neil Magny by arm triangle choke. Either Gilbert submits him in round one or gets a decision victory by taking his back the whole time. That is my pick.
Good luck on that pick, boys.
I'm trying not to stretch your fight, Trace, so I'll just throw it in at the end. Jack Della should have lost the fight to Kevin Holland. I'm done.
Yes, he did.
Usman, close it out.
I'll just say we have a rare split on the Ghost to Split strat. As you know, if you get minus money on the Ghost to Distance, we're hitting at 72% on the over. It doesn't. We got plus 110, but we do hit the criteria to hit the over on Ghost to Split decision. So even the split strat don't know what the fuck to give us. I still like that over.
Fair enough. Andrew, what's up next?
What's up next? I'll tell you what's up next. It's like the most anticipated matchup on this card for me, bro. And I swear to God, if these two stare at each other for 15 minutes, I'm going to pull my hair out because I'm very excited for this fight, guys. We're going to stay in the welterweight division. We have the Trailblazer Kevin Holland taking on the UFC debutant Michael Venom Page. This should be a banger, boys. Kevin Holland is 25-10 with a no contest. Page is 21-2. Kevin Holland is 1 inch taller, 6'3" to 6'2". The reach is not listed for Michael Page. I do not have that. However, Kevin Holland has an 81-inch reach, and especially for the middleweight division, let alone the UFC in general, that's extremely high. Kevin
It's
Holland,
79.
there you go. Kevin Holland does fight orthodox. Michael Venom Page is a switch fighter. I'm not going to read the stats because Michael Page doesn't have stats in the UFC. Kevin Holland is coming off of his loss against Jack Della, a couple wins before that. Trace, you want to go ahead and start this off?
I don't remember who said it, but that was you, Andrew. But Saturday, your heart will be broken because these two guys are going to stare across each other. One's going to hit each other. The other one's going to high five him. Good hit, bro. Good shit. They're going to buy into each other's gamesmanship. They're going to fucking high five. They're going to try to outdo the other one. Man, I don't know who's going to win though. It's going to be a pitter patter shot. It's going to be like the Wonder Boy fight. It's just going to be one hits somebody, the other one's like, hell yeah, man, that was good. That was a good punch, and it ends up in a boring decision. I think that's how this fight goes. I don't think it's going to be a super exciting fight. Chris, what do you think?
So I feel the same way. That everyone's excited for this fight. Everybody's so excited the MVP is coming to this league, and I feel like everybody's gonna be let down on Saturday. We're all gonna be drinking beers and watching this fight and be like, "Damn, bring the girls back on because this is terrible." But I think the decision edge is probably on Michael Page. I feel like because I just can't get that Stephen Thompson fight out of my head, dude. I don't know what it is, but like why Kevin Holland doesn't grapple against like karate style people. I don't. It's easy. It's easy to grapple against karate. So they stand sideways for God's sakes. I don't get it. So he's not going to take down Michael Page. It's going to be a standing fight for the whole fight, and they're both going to, like you said, talk shit to each other, and they're both the best at talking shit. So it's going to be entertaining in that aspect, and then we're going to see the judges give it to whoever they think talk shit the best.
I agree, man. I hope what it's worth, I hope we're wrong. Wow, all the hands. Daniel, what do you got?
This is how you forget Stephen Thompson's fight. Shavkat submitted him. All right, continuing. Kevin Holland takes this either way, either submission or knockout. This fight will be quick. This will not go a distance. This will not, I repeat, will not be like Stephen Thompson. Okay? Either round one, submission or KO goes to Kevin Holland.
Damn, Daniel.
Solid stuff there, Andrew. Ozzy, what do you got?
Yeah, man. I wish I could trust Kevin Holland here to do what he should do, to go in there and get a takedown with such an advantage on the ground. Um, I don't know what these blokes are doing over there at Serra-Longo. Kick this guy in the ass. Train him nothing. So we're not training striking for this fight. You're going to go in there, you're going to take this prick down. You just can't trust him to do what he should do. And unfortunately, I'm just done putting my money on this guy. He shouldn't have wasted all those years getting a
Is
black
he
belt.
with us?
He should have just spent all that time
Is
standing.
he with Sarah now?
I'm pretty sure he's with those
I
guys.
know he was
Yeah.
with Travis Luter for a long time.
Yeah. I think. Oh, okay. I could be
He's
wrong,
still
man.
with
I could be
Travis
wrong. Maybe.
Luter.
Okay, so he's not with the Serra-Longo guys. Okay.
And I wish he
All right,
was.
maybe
He
he needs
was.
to
It'd
go
be a
over there
lot
to
better for him.
Serra-Longo. Yeah, Travis Luter. I mean, even more so, he's just a jiu-jitsu guy. What is he telling this guy? I mean, take his fucking ass down.
It makes zero sense.
Sorry about the swearing. It's just
That's what he'll do.
just so frustrating. But yeah, MVP man. I mean, he's great. Dana knows what he's doing with this matchup. It's to get MVP the fight he wants. He doesn't want to put him in there with no wrestler. He's going to go in there. I think it is going to be fucking bedlam. I think they are going to go toe to toe, and I think Page is probably going to knock him out in the first. If it is a staring match, I mean, they're just going to give MVP a wrestler next. They're not going to give this guy another chance to get his win bonus. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But if he wants to piss fart around, do nothing on the feet, and a boring decision, yeah, he's going to find out real quick. That's not how Dana does business.
Andrew.
Yeah, man, this is a good matchup stylistically. But I do think it has its interesting points. Kevin Holland's primarily a boxer. And I'm curious to see how he deals with the kickboxing and the random spontaneity that Michael Page possesses. Ozzy said it in the sense that Kevin doesn't have like the best fight IQ, and if he wanted to grapple, he could easily win this fight, but he's not going to, unfortunately. So this fight will be on the feet. I don't know, man. I would favor Kevin Holland. I think the line sits right because he's obviously got the experience, and he always does have that in his back pocket just in case he does decide to turn the light bulb on. But I think I have the over on this one, guys. I think I have the over, and I think I might even just do fight goes the distance. Especially if, unfortunately, what we all kind of said is true and they just stare at each other. Yeah, it's going to go 15 minutes. So to be safe, I'm just going to go over 2.5. Fight goes the distance. I don't think I'm going to pick a side, though.
Realistically, this is a big step up in competition for MVP. Like outside of Douglas Lima over in Bellator and Paul Daly, he hasn't really fought anybody, which they are real legit talent. Like Douglas Lima, to me, at one point, I thought was one of the best in the world. Real power, real finishability, solid stand up. But I thought he lost. I thought MVP lost both of those fights. Obviously, the first fight he got knocked out. But yeah, I think if I had to go, I would probably go with Holland. Yeah, give me Holland. Give me the younger guy, the bigger guy, the more experienced guy. Give me Kevin
Yeah,
Holland.
I'm with you, bro.
But yeah, over for sure. Joe, what do you got?
MVP is better than Kevin Holland. He's just a better fighter. Kevin Holland is not the best fighter he's ever fought, and he won't look like the best fighter that MVP has ever fought. There's just no fucking way that he'll look like the best fighter MVP has ever fought. However, Kevin Holland will get outstruck and outclassed, and he will lose the game, and he will nosedive for a takedown every single round. If any of you guys are in those states where you get those games where you can bet over or under 2.5 takedowns for Kevin Holland, bet the over. He gets one every round after he gets outstruck. That's my take. That's all I got. I guess Usman.
Yeah, just to let everybody know, Joe can't be impartial when it comes to Kevin Holland, just like I can't when it comes to Peter Yan. So, but he is right. I mean, it's going to be MVP, and I'm even thinking that it's going to be MVP by knockout. They set this shit up for a reason. No, I do not have my seatbelt on. That's what that beeping is. And, yep, I'm going MVP by knockout.
So you're driving without a seatbelt and you're on fucking Twitter, you moron?
Well, I knew that shit was coming.
Whatever,
Hey,
square.
I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I never said that I was risk
Hey,
averse. That's
bro.
why I'm a
Hey,
gambler,
bro.
baby.
You smoking one?
Dude. Oh, man.
I'm done.
Andrew, what's next?
I know which road he was going down with that comment, too.
And I am smoking one, Joe.
We're going to go to the lightweight division, boys, for the co-main event. This is an interesting one, let's say that. Dustin the Diamond Poirier taking on the God of War, Benoit Saint Denis. Dustin is 29-8 with a no contest. Benoit is 13-1 with a no contest. They both average, similar fight time, 10 minutes to 7 minutes. Dustin has a 2-inch reach disadvantage, 5'9" to 5'11". He also has a 1-inch reach disadvantage, 72 to 73. They both fight southpaw, so this should be fun because you don't see that very often. If we go to the striking stats, Dustin puts out 5.49 per minute, takes back 4.3. Benoit puts out 5.53 and takes back 5.2. Dustin edges him in striking defense 53 to 44. If we go to the grappling stats, Dustin puts out 1.3 takedowns per 15 minutes to Benoit's 4.5. They have similar takedown defense, 63% to 66%. Benoit is coming off of a 5-fight win streak, his most recent one against Matt Frivola. That was scary. He put him out. Dustin is coming off of a loss to Justin Gaethje, also another scary knockout. Did not see that coming. Who wants to start this one off?
Kick it to Chris.
What you got, Chris?
Oh boy, I'm gonna get fried on this one. I just know it. I know I'm gonna get fried on this take. Look, I feel like after his loss to Zaleski dos Santos, he's been a different fighter, and I could see SD here being the future champion of this division. However, I don't feel like he's ready for Dustin Poirier. I don't feel like this is the fight he needs to take right now. I feel like this is a bad moment for him. I don't think this is a great matchup for him overall. I feel like if this fight stays standing, he's definitely, they're going to be at like a you pressure me, I pressure you, you pressure me, I pressure you, kind of stalemate on the feet, and it's definitely going to go over. I like the over spot in this. But can he hold the fight the whole time? Like he's shown history for like gassing in the third round, looking real tired. Can he keep that pace the whole fight that Poirier is going to bring? I don't know. So I'm going to go on the Poirier side with this one.
Yeah, I'm actually on that side with you as well, man. I think Poirier has to survive the first round, and then after that, it's all downhill for Benoit Saint Denis from there. I think he starts getting the leg kicks going. I think he beats that calf up, and then after he wins that leg and he has no power for his double legs, I think we see him start piecing him up on the feet, and then I like the rounds 3, 4, 5 KO on FanDuel. I think that's a solid look for Dustin Poirier. Joe.
Dustin Poirier is going to beat the fucking brakes off of him. I don't know how so many people are on him. I do not understand how BSD is. I don't understand how just because Dustin Poirier got matched up against BSD, he is suddenly washed. Because that's the only thing that happened. That's it. He wasn't washed until he got booked for this fight. Minus 222 on the global odds for Saint Denis. That's over 27 books and plus 175 for Dustin. You're getting a gift across the board. I can look at 27 books and tell you 27 books that are giving you a gift, in my opinion, right now. The lowest odds I can see are 162 on Dustin, and his best odds are plus 190 at Caesars. So, man, just I don't know. Easy pick in my opinion. I don't. Benoit will be a guy somewhere in the division later, but this may be the fight that prevents him from being where everybody thought he was going to be in 2 years. So, Dustin by easy victory.
Just to put a number on that KO prop I gave, around 3, 4, 5 on FanDuel, it's plus 700. So I feel like that's a pretty solid line right there, actually.
I feel like that's pretty low for a late round KO. I
That's
feel like
that's because it's gonna happen, brother. They ain't gonna try to give you too much money for it.
no, but what I'm saying is like you usually see them. Like I'm not lying to you. I expect as soon as it goes third round in a 5 round main in a KO, unless it's somebody that's a true KO artist. Which I mean, I guess Dustin is, but yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair that he is. I just expect to see round 3 hit 1100, usually 14,
It's a
1500.
cluster. It's a cluster though. It's rounds 3, 4, or 5. So you're getting a discount.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
still pretty solid. You're
Okay.
plus 700 for three rounds to finish in. I like that shit, boy.
That's a great bet, Trace. That's a great fucking bet.
Let me throw it back over to Chris real quick. What you got, Chris?
Remember when he was fighting Chandler and he was having a little trouble with the gauging the range on Chandler because Chandler's a weird kind of striker, unorthodox like kind of striker. So when he went for the submission, dude, he looked like he got that really fucking easy. Could there be a possibility where he probably submits this guy in round 3 or 4 or 5? Those props are probably fucking insane. Probably like plus 3,000 or more. Have to be.
I've thought about it myself, and I don't hate it, but it would have to be pretty thick number for me to throw something on it though.
Right, right. Yeah, like it would have to be higher than plus 700, that's for sure. I feel like that's really low, actually.
Yeah, Usman.
To answer you, Chris, submission for Dustin 3, 3,500, 4, 4,500, 5, 5,500. Pretty sexy odds if you ask me.
Definitely sprinkle it, bro. That's sexy.
Oh yeah, just give it a little touch. Um, hey, is Cade in this? Is Cade in this space? Because if Cade's in the space, it's Bernard Saint Denis by knockout. But if he's not in this space, and don't anybody tell him, I'm on DP, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. I ain't gonna tell him shit. Ozzy.
Yeah, g'day, fellas. Yeah, all this love on Benoit Saint Denis has kind of got me a little bit surprised, man. I do like this guy. I thought he was a bit of a dark horse in the division. He's gone from what I thought was a dark horse to everyone's sweetheart. Yeah, I know Dustin Poirier is no bitch, man. He's been around forever. He's fought everybody, the toughest guys. He's been in these big moments before. This is really the first time Saint Denis been in this big moment. You know, this is nothing new to Poirier. Um, I think Benoit Saint Denis wins the first 2 rounds probably comfortably. But as the fight goes on and we see what these guys are made of, Poirier's been in these tough spots. I think Poirier probably wins round 4 and 5 at a pretty high percentage. So I got some Poirier to win in, similar to the bet you said before, I got Poirier to win in round 4, 5 or decision. I do think this fight goes over. Both of these guys are tough. I got that at plus 455. I also got some Poirier decision at plus 700. And when these split props come out, I'll be having a look at that too. Seems I think they go the distance. And Poirier decision is 8-1. I mean, I'm expecting his split decision to be up there at 30-1 or something crazy like that. So I'm going to have a piece of that too, man. I'm not going to count him out at all. Yeah, this is going to be a great fight, though. This isn't going to be a letdown spot for either guy. Both guys are going to get to do what they want to do. And we're going to see what Saint Denis is made of. If he wins this fight, man, he's right up there for a title shot. So sky's the limit for that bloke. And yeah, hopefully it's just a great fight.
Trace, I changed my mind. What's the KO prop for Dustin 1, 2, or 3?
Give me 1 second. I'll get it for you.
Daniel, go ahead real quick.
I'm going to pretend that. Hold on. I'm going to pretend that BSD is a crooked cop on Saturday, and Dustin Poirier is going to either sub him or KO this crooked cop. Just a little fancy. Now, the bigger picture is BSD has never fought anyone like Poirier. And honestly, y'all got me thinking, like, despite Poirier's 13 first round finishes, I don't think he gets it done round 1. I'm pretty sure y'all agree with me. So I'm sticking with like round 3 or round 4. Either he subs him, most likely he subs him, but I wouldn't be surprised he gets a KO. Well, what y'all think? Do y'all not see this ending in round 1?
Dustin only has one finish past round 3 in his whole career.
So what y'all think?
I just think it happens early. I think he beats the shit out of Saint Denis. I don't think this fight's close. I think that the other thing I will say is when everybody in this room that I consider sharp is on Dustin, or is on one fighter, man, it hits at such a high clip that I'm literally sitting here thinking, like, man, fuck the parlay. I should just play the shit out of Dustin.
Same here. In that case, I'm switching my check. I'm switching it to round 2, not round 4.
Switching, bro. What the? You
Round
gotta
one,
write your pick down.
round 1, 2, 3 is plus 550 for KO for Poirier, and then the rounds 3, 4, 5 submission are plus 2,300.
So stick with round 4.
Nah, it's that 1, 2, 3. It's that 1, 2, 3, bros. I'm telling you.
All right, 2 it is.
Daniel's trying to figure out which round he's picking for KO. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck he meant by he's thinking BSD is a crooked cop.
Because
Because
he's on tactical forces or
yes,
something. Just skip it. I heard it the other day. Just skip it. Andrew, what's next, bro?
Man, I was enjoying that. I was enjoying the banter.
up, man.
We're gonna go back to the bantamweight division for the main event. Championship fight. Rematch. Highly anticipated rematch. I definitely do have a take, but I will go later on. Sugar Sean O'Malley, Marlon Chito Vera. Sean is 17-1 with a no contest. Chito is 23-8-1. Sean O'Malley obviously has a 3-inch height advantage, 5'11 to 5'8. He has a 2-inch reach advantage, 72 to 70. Both of them are switch fighters. You actually don't see that very often either. Sean O'Malley also puts out he edges Jack Della Maddalena a little bit. He puts out 7.25 strikes per minute and takes back 3.5. Cheeto puts out 4.3 and takes back 5.1. Striking defense in favor of Sean O'Malley, 61% to 51%. Neither one grapples too much. They both average about a half a takedown per 15 minutes. Sean has 62% takedown defense. Cheeto has 70% takedown defense. Both of them coming off of wins. Sean obviously coming off his title clinching victory over Aljamain Sterling, and Cheeto coming off of his win against Pedro Munoz. I will go ahead and throw my hand up. Joe, do you want to go ahead and start this off, my man?
No, let's let Chris go ahead and start the main event, bro. He's the guest capper today. I don't want to do that. Let's let him do it, and then over to our host, Trace. Well, host for these shit, and then for the next shits, it'll be me. Whatever.
Hey, I appreciate the hospitality and generosity, and thanks for having me on the show, guys. Appreciate it. So I'm a little biased in this fight because I'm a big fan of Chito Vera. I used to like Sean O'Malley. I really dislike Sean O'Malley, so it's kind of lean biased. But when I put all bias aside, the UFC has been robbing this man Chito blind on decisions for like the last 5 years. So I think he's finally going to get the belt. That's what he wanted his whole career. I think that's what he's going to get. I think he's going to come out here. He's going to give it his all. He's going to win the belt. They're going to run it back. Sean O'Malley's going to get the belt back. Then Cheeto's probably going to retire. That's kind of how I've seen it going. When I was capping this fight, and if it could be a close fight for Peter Yan, it could be a close fight for Chito Vera. Very similar striking styles, kind of. I would say Chito has more kicks in his arsenals that he likes to use, like the front kick up the middle. That teat is going to be solid to use against Sean. I feel like his range, he doesn't have the reach advantage that Sean has. So like that teat is going to be very important for Chito. And if he optimizes that, uses that, keeps his striking defense in check, he might coast to a decision. I don't think either one of these fighters is finishing each other, because I feel like the clip at the first fight where like he had a freak leg injury and that finish because of that. I feel like this fight is mainly going to be just on the feet, striking back and forth, just like the Peter Yan fight. It's going to be a same kind of fight. It's going to be all up to the judges at the end of the day. Do they rob him of another decision, or do they just, or does he lose? But I'm going to go on the Cheeto side of this fight.
Joe.
I'm always Team Cheeto, very biased. I'm actually not going to bet the fight because of it. I do think Sean is a very, very, very skilled striker. Yeah, I do. I think if somehow, some way, Cheeto can get top control, he finishes him pretty quickly. Outside of that, I think Sean has the edge in a lot of places. I'm just Team Cheeto, man. That's there's reasons I'm not going to elaborate now. We're on a time frame, big show tonight, but yeah, Team Cheeto.
Andrew.
I don't get me wrong. I am definitely a fan of Cheeto. Very great guy. I like his fighting style. He's fun. He's just a good dude. You know what I mean? Like it's hard not to like who he is.
He smokes good weed too.
Huh?
He smokes good weed too. We met him when he was stoned as fuck.
Oh, he was high out of his fucking mind. To be completely honest, I really don't see a pathway of victory for Chito Vera. Chrisology kind of tapped on the decision thing. He's not going to win a decision. There's just no way, unless he just completely dominates Sean. I mean, you got to win 4 or 5 rounds. So like it has to be like not close. You know what I mean? Other than that, he's not winning a decision. I also don't see him winning 4 or 5 rounds either. If you watched that first fight, it was a couple years ago. I didn't like the way that Cheeto was reacting to Sean. Sean has some of the best feints I've ever seen. He had Marlon flinching in every direction possible. And while I will absolutely give credit to Cheeto for that kick, I don't care what people say. It was a nice kick. It caused the fight to end, and then he put him out with the elbows. It was a good win. However, that was very uncommon. Shit like that doesn't happen very often. So it's like outside of that, I just don't see a way he wins. I think Sean uses his range way too well. He's one of the best strikers I've ever seen in the UFC. He is very elite. And I think he's going to beat him. I was saying in the chat a couple days ago that I think he's going to knock him out. I've kind of calmed down a little bit. I do think it probably goes to a decision, but I'm not gonna bet that. I do have him in a lay, and I'm gonna sit back and just watch a good fight, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Cheeto by KO or Sugar Sean by decision. I don't think Sugar's gonna be able to get him out of there. Cheeto has been more than durable throughout his career, and yeah, I think if like I said, if you're on Sean, you're probably you should be on the decision. If you're on Cheeto, he probably has to get the finish. He starts slow. He usually loses the first round, and then he usually picks up steam as the fight goes. Yeah, I like Cheeto to actually get the finish here. I like Cheeto. Probably round 4 KO. I think he starts to eat the leg up early, and then he has 5 rounds to land one clean shot. Man, he's got real finishing power. Um, yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about somebody that refuses to admit they lost to somebody. That's a mental block. That's a mental weakness. That's not a good sign. If he goes in there really believing that he didn't lose that fight, that it was all a fluke, I think you're destined to fall into the same path again. So yeah, give me Cheeto. I think Cheeto's a very good dog for this card. Usman.
Yeah, so lock to me is the over. I will be taking both fighters by decision just to win either way. But I really do think that Chito does have an opportunity to win a decision. um People have brought up about, because Andrew isn't the only one who brought up the feints and the biting of the feints of Sean O'Malley in that first fight, and it's like that's what Chito does in the first fight or in the first rounds. Like he's the same as Jan. He's gonna stand there. He's gonna take some reads. He's gonna see what you're throwing at him. And yeah, I mean, even when you look at the Corey Sandhagen fight, I saw that live. The whole fucking stadium was dead because that was a beat down by Corey Sandhagen, and somehow Chito Vera took a fucking scorecard. There's a lot to say about his power, especially in those later rounds, especially if Sean O'Malley slows down a little bit. I do see a world where he could steal a scorecard or two, maybe even hit goes to split.
Aussie.
Yeah, he's talking my language. That's some really good takes on this. I like what Chris was saying as well, man. I really like Cheeto at this price, man. Um, just looking at it, the first time I looked at the fight, oh yeah, he's probably going to knock Cheeto out. Cheeto will gauge in the feet or whatever. But the more you look into it, man, he's never been knocked down in the UFC. I know this division, not many people carry, ungodly power. I know Sean does have good power standing, but Cheeto is a dog, man. He's not going to be getting hit, curling up, and waiting for the ref to stop it, man. He's going to fight for every inch he can get. He's not going to get out grappled here, that's for sure. Sean is not out grappling Cheeto. Um, Cheeto's got I think the advantage on the ground for Cheeto is more so than the advantage on the feet for O'Malley. And Cheeto, I got Cheeto submission at like 18-1 or something insane. Um, I think Cheeto, if he does get a submission, it's probably a little bit later in the fight. I think Cheeto is going to have the better cardio come late. I got some Cheeto decision at 8-1. I'm definitely going to hit the split. And I think Cheeto's, even the money line is not a bad bet here. I don't know, man. I don't see what everyone else is seeing, chucking O'Malley and parlays, thinking that this is some kind of easy win here. Yeah, I've got Cheeto decision submission. I'm going to probably hit some late round props, and also got Cheeto decision with. Let me just double check the odds here. Cheeto decision with Poirier decision at 70-1, $10 to win 700. Why not?
That's a solid parlay there. Chris, what do you got?
So let's remember Sean O'Malley is only a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, and Cheeto Vera is a black belt. And everybody forgets that. He has jiu-jitsu. And if he wants to, he could take this fight down whenever he wants. He just doesn't fight that way. He prefers to brawl. That's the way he gets off. That's like his edge. But if Sean O'Malley rocks him, there is a world where Cheeto Vera could shoot a takedown and submit Sean O'Malley. It's very possible. I just want to remind everybody that he is a black belt, and he has been for 13 years.
And very opportunistic on the ground, man. He'll go for front chokes. He'll go to take you back. He's very quick at getting the back. He's he's such a better grappler, in my opinion. He's definitely going to make the most of the advantages on the ground if it does go there.
Usman.
Dan,
Yeah, Daniel, go ahead.
I certainly have not forgotten that he is a freaking black belt in jiu-jitsu. This is the classic tale of give the little guy a shot. Give him a chance. And just like what Frank Mir did to Big Nog, being the first guy to knock him out and the first guy to submit Big Nog, Cheeto Vera will be the first one to knock out O'Malley and submit him. I'm telling you, I give it till round 2 that Vera subs this white man.
damn, why's he gotta be white, bro?
Because he is white.
Bro, he has Mexican roots. Didn't you hear
Then
him?
why does he look like that rapper 6ix9ine?
That guy's also Mexican. We're getting off track here. Anyways,
Okay, now it all makes sense. I apologize. I'm joking.
I just wanted to remind somebody. This was Gary. Gary's not in the chat or not in the space anymore, but he always brings up some interesting things. And then somebody else tweeted it out as well. 2024, year of the dog, man. Only 2 favorites have won in the main event, and that was Ankalaev and Imavov. And we all know fucking Dolidze got robbed in that fight, anyways. But it's been fucking year of the dogs, and now we got Cheeto going up here as a dog, and it's not, I was really surprised to hear a lot of us in the space being on the Cheeto side. So when we all line up and we got the year of the dog behind us, let's fucking go Cheeto.
Let's go.
Damn, I'm the
Yes.
black sheep in this space. All right, that's fine with me.
Hell no, man. I'm the black sheep of space. Y'all always laugh at me when I get my picks right.
Hey, if you get them right, I can't laugh at you for that.
Bro, write them shits down or put them in the comments. Then next week you could be like, look, motherfuckers. That's how you do it, bro. All right, we're going to cap the card out. We went on that motherfucker forever and a day and a half, way longer than we should have. Classic of a Tuesday night fucking fight card breakdown. We got to fix that shit. It was like, god damn, right away. Man, I'm sure Trace will thank you, but Chris, I want to thank you. I'm not kicking you out of the space. I just want to thank you for sticking it out. It's fucking almost 11:30 on this one, man. So I'm sure that's late wherever you're at because it's late wherever I'm at, bro. So I just want to thank you on that one. I don't know if you're sticking around or not. I'll throw it back over to Trace for a minute.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys for having me, man. It's been fun. It's fun talking fights wherever I'm at. So I had a good time.
Those who don't know Chris, it's all on his Twitter. He's had some pretty crazy parlay hits on fights and big numbers and pretty consistently as well. Definitely a good follow. I don't know if Chris has anything prepared for like a parlay for this card or not, but if you don't know what to do,
Let me give you a parlay I made while we were all talking, just for this one.
Absolutely.
I got a 4-legger, all money line. It's just because like I want to be safe, but and make it cash too. But it's great numbers, right? We got Cheeto money line, Almeida money line, Munoz money line, and DP money line, and that's a 4-legger. It's going to cash. Let's get it.
What's the odds? We don't have it. Don't worry about it. We'll dial it up. But yeah. So if you want to go ahead and plug your stuff, we'll go ahead and get you out of here, brother. If you got to go. If not, we're going to do a couple of hot topics that Joe's got wrote up. You're more than welcome to stay around and
Yeah,
got
I gotta get ready for work tomorrow and stuff. But yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I do have my own betting Discord at Bankroll Builders. It's only $20 a month. I do that. I give out my straight bets during the week as well as MMA plays, but mostly I live stream the fights and live bet in my Discord. So there's people that take advantage of that. They also get to pick my brain during the week when I'm actually taping fights. So that's one of the advantages. I'm very interactive with my chat. So I always love talking fights. I watch a lot of fights during the week. Whenever I'm in the car driving, there's always a fight on. When I'm at work, there's always a fight on. So I watch a lot of tape, man. So anytime you guys want to talk about fights, hit me up, DM me, whatever. I don't mind.
yeah. Joe, what do you got? Thanks for coming, brother. It was fun night. Hope we can do it again sometime.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Everybody give Chris a follow if you need, just give him a follow. That's it. All right. So I'm gonna move on to the next space or the next segment because holy fuck, that was a long card breakdown. Man, that whipped my ass. Andrew, you got fight announcements, bud?
Yeah, but we will go ahead and breeze through these, so that'll make up for some lost time because these fight announcements, I'm going to be honest, nothing great. We'll start it off. UFC Vegas 88, March 16th. Brad Riddell is out against Thiago Moises, so Moises will now be taking on Mitch Ramirez. Although the next week, UFC Vegas 89, March 23rd, we had a switcheroo just recently, and we're going to have another switcheroo. So Junior Taffa stepped in for Justin Taffa recently, and he lost, and he got his leg chopped out. So he's not going to be able to fight anymore. So now Justin Taffa is stepping in to take on Carl Williams. So yeah, that'll be fun to talk about.
So he's doing for his brother what his brother just did for him?
Exactly.
Well, that's sweet.
Yeah, they basically.
That's sweet. Like, brother's got your back. That's badass.
Right. Yeah, I respect that.
That's badass.
UFC Vegas 90, April 6th. Court McGee, the old man, is going to be taking on Alex Morono. Vegas. Dude, I'm telling you, we're breezing through these. It's like if someone has something, raise your hand, please. But I'm telling you, these are going to go quick. UFC Vegas 91, April 27th. Ivana Petrovic is going to be taking on Liang Na. Last time we saw Liang Na, she got knocked out cold by my girl, Savannah. So, yeah. The next one is UFC 301 on May 4th. Elvis Brenner is going to be taking on, God, this first name. I think it's Maita.
Killed it, bro. Killed it.
I hope that's right. I know I got the last name right. UFC event on May 11th. We kind of talked about this in the chat a little bit, but we have Chase Hooper and Vyacheslav Borishev. Slava. This should I don't Jesus, bro. They
What
just
card
love
is
putting
that? What card
they
is
love
that?
putting Chase Hooper against these strikers, man.
Him against
What card is that?
What, Joe?
They're gonna kill. He's gonna kill him.
What card is that?
It's gonna be on May 11th.
Okay, so that's the one right after 301.
Yeah, it's rumored
Sorry.
to be, I think, in like St. Louis or something, but it's not confirmed yet. That's why I can't really say it.
So I was sorry, I was graying out the stuff we've already went through in the write up here. My bad. 301 Brandon Royval wants to fight, but he just injured his knee and he is 0-2 against the champ. I'm a guy.
Preach that, Joe.
It's the dumbest fucking shit ever. But
Preach.
Mohammed Makayev, who, it's a huge step up for him. He's ready to step up and fight Alex Perez at 301. It may not, my write up even says it might not make total sense, but it will make him the youngest champion in UFC history. He will beat out John Jones. I just shared a tweet in the comments there by Andy Hickey. John Jones, age 23, 8 months and 1 day when he got his title. Mohammed Makayev would be, oh, I'm sorry. Damn, he'll be a month older. Man, I fucked that up. 35 days short. I thought it said that he was 35 days older. Okay, so he'll be the second youngest champ in UFC history. It's a good fight. I just think they need to climb some guys up to the top. So I'm not mad at the fight. He's calling some traction. That's why I bring it up. That's all I've got to this point, Andrew. Back to you.
Joe, I just don't think Makayev's ready, man. You can see he's got great grappling. His striking's not quite there yet. He's young, bro. He's fucking 23. You know what I mean? And he kind of showed it in his last. You nailed it on the head with Brandon Royval. I don't want to see him there. So then the question is who, right? Like we keep asking, like, okay, well, who could it be? Who could it be? Because in reality, what happens when you don't have title contender fights? This is exactly what happens. You get stuck. And honestly, what I think they should do is they think they should just pass on this fight, realize they don't have anyone. You don't have to fight in May. I know they want to because it's Brazil, but they don't have to force it. Give it a few months. Let these guys fight each other, and then you can build up some of these contenders. That way you have bona fide, title contenders.
Fucking, they took the headliner from the Brazil card.
Right, I understand that.
So they got to put a Brazilian guy back on that card. So, like, it just seems like Makayev is the one that's going to get the traction there, whether it's right or wrong. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, back over to Usman. Over to Usman.
Yeah. Yeah, real quick. I feel like I'm the only person in the world that hates Slava Claus, and I feel like that's mostly because he reminds me of Peter Yan. Second, Brandon Royval said his knee isn't hurt and he will be ready to fight at 301.
He did not
Third
say it
of
wasn't
all,
hurt. He said it was cleared. He said it was hurt, then he
true,
said it was cleared.
true. Yeah, hey, you got me. You got me. Third of all, don't worry. Jalton Almeida will be beating Tom Aspinall for the interim belt at 301. We got it, guys. It's okay.
Damn, wouldn't that be some fucking shock, right?
Damn.
I like that. I like that idea.
That's a good
Daniel,
fight for them to put on that card, bro.
yeah, dude, it makes sense to me. That came out of nowhere, but I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, it's me, Dana White, bro. Come on.
Matchmaker for a day, Usman.
That's Dana White.
Daniel, what's up, bro?
Say that again. Who's Aspinall fighting?
No. That was just Usman throwing something out there. Just throwing something out there.
Okay. In that case, Bjorshev will knock out Chase Hooper.
Yeah, I think he's going to as well, but I've got to say, and I see it all the time in sports, dudes love to celebrate when they're losing. It doesn't make sense to me.
What kind of hippie shit is that?
And this guy was dancing after he had a draw. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't sit right
With
with me.
who?
I've got no
Who?
respect for that shit. Like if you
Me
win,
neither.
you celebrate. If you draw, you don't fucking celebrate. Get that shit out of here, bro.
Thank you. Man, white people do the strangest things.
Subtle racism. I love it. Joe, what you got?
I'm mixed. I can say it.
Oh, it's on Andrew.
Just two more announcements. That same card, UFC for May 11th. Trey Waters is taking on Billy Goff. I'm sorry. And then the very next week, UFC Vegas 92. Ramiz Brahimaj is taking on Themba Garimbo. I feel like Garimbo is kind of like a new fan favorite.
Yeah, he's gaining some traction. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, so Strickland or Robert Whitaker wants Strickland for UFC's 2004 Perth card. He heard there's going to be a Perth card. He wants on it. He thinks Strickland's a good opponent. I'm not mad at it. Sean's got to fight somebody, so fucking get on with it. Over to Raul Rosas Jr. versus Ricky Tercios now seems to be off without any whisper why. Something I found weird. So I bookmarked a tweet by Big Marcel, which is fucking gone now. But Big Marcel shared a tweet that it wasn't very clear that Rosas pulled out and actually he wasn't sick and that it was fake news or some shit. And it wasn't clear who posted it or what he was saying was fake news. So maybe there's a little bit of traction to that.
Why did he delete it then?
I don't.
He's
It's not in my bookmark.
supposedly it's because his daddy told him he couldn't fight because as long as you're living under my roof, you still. I don't care if you're a UFC fighter, you do what I say.
I saw that.
I think that was real. I mean, he is only 19.
And Tercio said that like after he dropped out the first time and they were kind of supposed to fight the next week, which I think was last week. Tercio said that he agreed to 145, and I guess Rojas didn't, so that's why the fight didn't go through. That's just according to him.
So I'm not clear on who supposedly posted this, but here's the tweet that Big Marcel had posted. I'm putting it in the comments right now. If somebody wants to pin it up top, I just shared it. I'm not sure on what that's supposed to say. Fake news, no fight contract has been signed yet for the new update. Last night, Rosas said no fight literally 5 minutes before the walkout to the octagon. But, like, I don't know where this is supposed to come from. Marcel is a very reputable source. I'm just not clear on, like, what all that's supposed to be. I don't know who said that or who he's quoting.
Yeah, okay, so that's why I was very fucking confused when it came to all this because Rosas posted the picture of him laying down in the fucking locker room before the Mexico fight, and it was just implied that he was sick. I had saw this back when it was first posted, and from my reading, I mean, even right there at the bottom, it says Ricky, the Ultimate Fighter, wins in Mexico City. It was. I read this as they offered him to fight the next week. Rosas agreed to fight last week, and Ricky was the one who said that he didn't get the offer and also wasn't going to accept it because Rosas was the one that pulled out, and that's why it says Ricky, the Ultimate Fighter, wins in Mexico City. This shit has confused the shit out of me, but that's the way I read it.
Yeah, so I just think Rosas pulled out.
Yeah. Disrespected the Bushido code. That's something weird ass fucking Tercio says, not Rosas.
Yeah. So, anyways, we don't have to kill this one. We kind of fucking murdered it for what it is. But yeah, it's I don't know, whatever that's worth. If you guys are saying, what are you guys talking about? His dad? Did a tweet go around or something? Like, is
Yeah, supposedly his dad was like, UFC fire or not, he lives under my roof. He has chores to do. So
I did not ever. I saw it as well. I didn't see any confirmation that that was really his dad, or it honestly looked like one of those fake MMA fighting, but they put the double F in fighting. You know what I mean? MMA fighting, fucking posts that are fake, but they make it look
Yeah,
real
but that
legit.
gets you every
I don't
fucking
know.
time.
Funny regardless.
Gets you every
I
time.
mean, it almost looked like his dad. He could be wrong.
All right.
I'm not even saying that it was wrong. I just don't know.
So,
Yeah.
despite all the talk of Ryan Bader versus Renan Fiera, the winner getting the Francis Ngannou fight. Francis's coach, I'm sorry I don't know his name, and I'm sorry I don't have a sound clip. Uh, he says that if Francis wins the boxing match, he is already promised the winner of Fury versus Usyk. If Fury wins, he may retire unless it. If it, I don't know if this is him theorizing this or if they got word that Fury is getting ready to call it quits and he might do one last one if Francis can beat Anthony. So yeah, I don't know, just whatever. That's kind of fight news, and that's from Ngannou's coach, and them guys seem to be pretty forward about what's going on and everything. So in the perfect world for them, Francis Ngannou becomes the boxing. Francis Ngannou, who left the UFC as the MMA lineal heavyweight champion, and UFC heavyweight champion, could become the boxing lineal, unified, undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, and then go on to be the first fighter to unify MMA titles at multiple major promotions. He could technically claim the PFL title, the Bellator title. We'll call that the PFL title for now on. The UFC title he never lost, and I'm sure at that one point Chatri would co-promote a heavyweight fight. Man, Francis may have played the best fucking cards on the table. Kudos to him. I'm not mad at him. I didn't think he would get there. I didn't think he would get where he is. I do think that there was no chance he would ever beat Tyson Fury on the scorecards. Never in a million years. But he did beat him. Just he wasn't going to get the W on the scorecards. Usman, you got 60 seconds, and then Aussie's got 60 seconds. Go and go.
Man, okay, real quick. I told y'all how I look at this shit. Fucking mythological stories told from the future. You know what I mean? I can't help but look at this shit and say that Ngannou has achieved all this greatness and whatnot just to come back into MMA and the gods shun him and he gets slept by Henan Ferreira. Like that's just poetry. That's just the way stories are written. That's just what I see. That's just what I see.
I seen it earlier driving in my car when I realized that people around Francis are talking about how he'll imply his grappling. What the fuck do you mean? Why is he even thinking about he'll grapple that guy? What the fuck are you talking about? He's Francis Ngannou. He'll go out there and knock him out, right? Yeah.
Just like the charitable son of Dustin Poirier, who fucking built his legacy as the hard nosed worker, turns down the fucking belt, then goes off to fight Conor McGregor for the money, comes back and fights the also charitable son in fucking Charles Oliveira. God fucking sheds his light on one person. It's fucking stories. It's mythology. That's just the way I see it. I'm done. Aussie, take it.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just going on with the same kind of subject. Yeah, just with how amazing Ngannou's done by going over to the boxing and the big deal he's got with the PFL if the boxing doesn't work out. Like John Jones was trying to do this shit and sign a deal with the UFC. Like, wasn't it just like a couple of months before Ngannou got his deal? He left a lot of money on the table. And yeah, unfortunately for John Jones, I'm sure his contract, a 10 fight contract or something crazy, yeah, he's never going to get a chance to do this kind of great stuff that Ngannou's doing
So
again.
he signed after Francis walked, and
No.
John
He
Jones.
signed before,
No,
and then
he did not.
Francis.
No, he
Oh,
did
didn't he
not.
really?
No, I am actually sure of that. No, he did not.
No. Okay.
Francis,
What I might be thinking of is he signed with the PFL, but he didn't have the Fury
yeah.
fight.
So the way
Yeah.
the way I can remember it is they said Francis would have been the highest paid athlete in UFC history, and then when John got it, they worded it that he is the highest paid heavyweight in UFC history. So I don't know exactly how all that works out. I don't know how they were going to wager that they're paying him more than Connor, because it was specifically worded that Ngannou turned down more money than anybody on a guarantee ever. And then John was promoted as the heavyweight that got the biggest contract, but they worded it slippery. And I talked about it, and that's the only reason I remember.
So he got less than Connor.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think we figured out somewhere, found that he got 2.5 million guaranteed per fight for 8 fights plus pay-per-view points, title bonuses. I think that's what we figured out. All right, Bellator, Belfast, Patricio Pitbull, who was canceled from the Bellator versus the PFL card. He will now fight Jeremy Kennedy on the Bellator Belfast card. Talia Santos signed with the PFL. I know that hit the chat room, if I'm not mistaken, so that was a deal. BKFC announced Knucklemania 4 main event. Michael Perry versus Thiago Alves is official, been inked. That's pretty exciting. And the biggest one I got that I'm willing to take to bat, because I got a few sources I really trust. Colby Covington versus Stephen Thompson is booked or in the works to be booked for UFC 303. Freest over in the history of MMA. If the over 2.5 isn't minus 800, the bookies are fucking stupid.
Bro, why does Dana hate Wonderboy? Like, what the fuck did he do to Dana? I don't get it. This is the nicest motherfucker in the world. What did he do?
And now he's gonna have to be told how he drives kids around on a school bus, and he's a piece of shit.
Bro, this is bullshit. No, fuck this. This is bullshit, man. No, I'm not standing for this shit. This shit better be a rumor. Hell no.
I think this one is legit. My man, I'd be willing to go to bat on it. Daniel, go ahead.
Say again, who's Colby Covington fighting?
You missed and put your hand up, Pucker.
Bro, did you not
Stephen
just listen to
Wonderboy
me?
Thompson.
I had a glitch on my phone. Sorry.
Wonderboy, man.
Wonderboy. All right. Yeah, Colby's gonna smother his ass for all rounds and then sub him.
Nah, it's just there's gonna be no sub. It's going the distance, bro. Bet your whole fucking bankroll on it.
Fine,
Usman.
I will. Either way, Wonderboy loses.
I mean, I don't care about that. Usman.
I don't know, man. I'm willing to stand on the island with this one. I honestly don't think that's a bad fight for Wonder Boy. I'll just leave it at that. You know what? I'll even say I think Wonder Boy could get a knockout.
Boo.
What the fuck? We're done. Okay.
I mean, I don't agree with him, but I like it.
So the only note that I skipped through this whole thing, I have highlighted in red. DP says could be his last fight, and he says it in the type of way where he's defeated in life. So know that before you bet on him, even though I'm really, really high on him. I threw that as the only red note I had on the card for this week. All right, that wraps up everything we've got except for the pressure points. These are not going to take all night. These are tonight. It is 4 topics. 3 are basically just quick reads, and then there's one we may talk about a little bit. So let's get moving. BKFC founder David Feldman was asked about his meeting with Dana White again, and said he initially had reservations about the meeting, but was very happy that Dana was down to earth and that he was content with how the meeting unfolded. So he's been asked about this a few times, and the wording changes a little bit, and that's not what makes me suspicious. Just some things have. There's media. There's Conor McGregor showing up at places. There's Dana White's fighters being flown all over the place. So I've been pretty high on the fact that the meetings with Oscar De La Hoya, or not Oscar De La Hoya, Eddie Hearn and David Feldman were maybe about building good relationships that look good in the eye of the lawsuit, which I still think may be true. But I also think that there may have been something to the notion of telling these guys, you can't be broadcasting our fighters in your ring, having face-offs. Maybe just said it to them in a way where, like, it's not good business. We're trying to, we let Eddie and Chad come over, or not Eddie. We let Chad come over to you. We're free to let guys come and go with you, but we need a little back, and you got to stop promoting our guys. I think if you pay close attention, there was a big surge in that about 6 months ago, and I think that has died down, and you're seeing it a lot more on cell phones, and I think that may be why PFL went out of their way to kill it the way they did on their last broadcast, with basically making it look like you were at a UFC promotion. I didn't say at a card, I said at a promotion. So I think that may have been done systematically by PFL because they caught wind of some meetings where Dana White suggested that shit like that shouldn't be done. Bloody Elbow was sold by owner Nate Wilcox to GRV Media. No disrespect to Nate. We're just the little guys in all this. I did ask him if he would come in here and talk about it tonight. He declined very, very respectfully. Um, I just don't think he wants to. So he sold it to GVR Media. They were founded in 2002. GVR Media is the leading UK publisher with a select network of over 70 sites focused on mainly sport, PC gaming, and entertainment, with over 185 million users, 478 million page views, and I don't know what the 2BN ads in Q4 means. They are the UK's largest independent digital network. So kind of what goes along with this, I'll post my last couple of bookmarks for the night, is that Bloody Elbow fired everybody. Everybody was laid off. Everybody was fired. Nate released everybody. Then GVR Media killed all posts. Here, I'm sharing some stuff in the comments. That's one. If you guys could pin it, the option is not there for me tonight, or I would just do it. It would be way easier for me to just do it, guys. I promise. So there's one, and then here's two. If you guys could share those. So everybody was fired, or let go, or laid off, depending on whatever terminology you want to use. Anton Tabunia, who wrote for them for quite some time, has been tweeting some things. He said they deleted not just my business, finance, law posts, but everything I wrote in for the last 15 years. So they scrubbed a couple of writers completely from the site, or all the social media and everything. GVRW did. And then they scrubbed, I wrote it down. So business, any articles that even remotely surrounded business, law, crime, or politics were scrubbed. So they are like a super non, I don't know the word. Like, I guess in the United States, we might call them woke, where like there's no actual opinion of any people or incriminating evidence. You can't report against anybody. You can't badmouth anybody. It's one of those type of outlets where you only say the good and you only show a good point of view on everything, or an absolutely neutral point of view in a situation where there is no negative point of views to be led to. A lot of people are really upset about it. I will comment by saying Bloody Elbow has been struggling. Uh, I think it was Vox owned them, and Nate struggled to get it back from them. And then he did and broke it off. And I'll be honest, I watched them on social. Their numbers haven't been super great. Their name probably hasn't been living up to its name value. I don't know what he got for it. I wish him the best, but that is definitely a topic that kind of affects, not kind of, indefinitely affects MMA on a bigger scale. More fluff reporting is not what we need. So now, one of the most hard-nosed anti-UFC outlets, which I'm not, I've talked shit about how anti-UFC they get sometimes. But they put out a lot of good content. They are the guys who read all of the legal documents that were released in the antitrust lawsuit. They are the guys who reported all of the information on the John Jones trials and things like that. These guys really tell us what's going on beyond the headlines and the feel-good stories, and they're gone. Hopefully they find a home. Hopefully some other SB Nation outlets, because that's pretty much the only big outlets that could probably pay these guys that are left, pick them up, and we still get some of this news. Or hopefully one of them even start a channel and get them all together. They could get with Mike Russell and some other guys, and they could come up with something that's really special. But man, big blow for people who give a shit. Sometimes the people who hate are the guys who go and find the most information. So even though I didn't like the fact that they hated the UFC so much, again, they were doing the work. They were giving us real facts. Their opinions were based on, whether I agreed with them or not, their opinions were based on information. So big miss for us. So the UFC went into independent mediation. I reported that last week or private mediation, third party mediation, whatever the term is, last week with the 1,200 fighters in the antitrust lawsuit. So I wonder if the UFC had a notion or a heads up, or if this is going to bring them back out. The UFC has lost 13 witnesses in the antitrust lawsuit, as the judge says they were not properly disclosed. Wow. If you've been following this case, absolute wow. The list includes Mark Ratner, Craig Basari, Mick Maynard, Ali Abdelaziz, Ed Saras, Dan Lambert, Jason House, Jocelyn, it's spelled funny. House, Josh Jones, Michael Bisping. So here's the 5 fighters that I said, man, I wish I knew all of the fighters that were supposed to testify for them when we found out that Cowboy was one of them. Michael Bisping, Donald Cerrone, Chael Sonnen, Misha Tate, Michael Chandler were all set to testify on the UFC's behalf, including all of those employees and former employees that I just named and MMA coaches. And the referee or the judge disqualified them all. So tough break. Never let it go to the judges. I don't know what else to tell the UFC. Yeah, fucking crazy to me that. I mean, that's who. I mean, that's like so. You got Dana White, Hunter Campbell, uh, the Fatita brothers. I mean, I'm sure there's still a stack of witnesses on their behalf, but holy shit, those are the only 5 fighters they had. They only had 5 fighters. That was pretty well known. That's fucking crazy to me. Mark Ratner, who helped them clean the sport up, who can testify, he did a lot of like political work, campaigning, lobbying is the word. I'm sorry, lobbying is the word I'm looking for on their behalf. That he was paid to do on their behalf. Crazy to me that all of that will be disqualified. Just absolutely fucking nuts to me. I've been following this case and following this stuff for a while. Just seems unbelievable to me. Last one I got here is Rafael Fiziev has adamantly claimed that the UFC is going to announce a new 165-pound weight class soon. He said this. I reported on it not that long ago, and he said it again not that long ago, a couple weeks, and then he said it again less than a week ago. Nobody has called him a liar. Matter of fact, Daniel Cormier was also talking about a 165-pound division. Can't remember the other reference, but when I couldn't remember the show, the date of the
Joe
show.
Rogan's been talking about it for years.
No, but I'm talking about new guys that are in the UFC and work for UFC. So it was Fiziev, DC. Damn it, there was another one. I didn't write it down. I just knew I didn't even write DC down. I just knew that I would remember him. Fuck, it'll come to me as soon as I leave this topic. But nobody is discrediting it. Oh, Chael. Fucking Chael. Chael said it. I know. Chael says everything, right? I know. He fucking says everything. But Chael wasn't the first one to say it. If Chael's the first one to say it, blow smoke. It was DC, Fiziev, Chael, Fiziev. So I don't know, man. It's got to make sense at some point. We don't have a ton of time tonight. We're in last call right now. It's already over with. To build divisions or anything, and we've done it before, but I just got to say it's finally got some smoke. I don't know. Just seems like it could actually maybe finally happen. I've been dying for it for years. I'm ready for it. Very, very last thing I got. Those are all the pressure points. Hot topic that I held for the end. I marked it as the closing thing. I'm not saying that we'll talk in great depth about it or anything. Have any of you guys been following Ryan Garcia?
I've been
Bro,
seeing him post a lot of stuff.
talk about a meltdown on fucking just on everything, man. He's out here calling out Jake Paul. Him and Jake Paul, like he's the one that got Jake Paul into boxing. Like you calling out Jake Paul, we're not stupid. That's not a real call out. That's a money grab.
Who put sand in his underwear? Like, what's his problem?
So I don't know. So he left. Damn it, I can't remember who he was with, but I just reported that he was leaving. He was considering leaving his promotion. He's with Oscar, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Golden Boy.
Yep.
yeah, and then he was solid with them again, which is fucking typical of anybody I guess Oscar's dealing with. I got to figure out how to kill that noise when I switch my mouse back and forth. I'm sure you guys can hear that. How fucking annoying is that? So he kind of started getting. I noticed that like when people start like talking about leaving, but they're clearly not arguing with management about it, like it gets weird. So he went through that. Then he got beef with Devin Haney. Then he started calling out, I think, Tank Davis. So he started going off the hinges a little bit. Then he went on Ariel's show. He's talking about wanting to fight Sean O'Malley. He was having attitude problems about Haney again, and you could kind of feel the spin out coming. But Andrew Tate tagged Ryan Garcia and said, I don't know the exact quote. I guess I should have saved the tweet. I'm sorry that I didn't. I fucking posted 99 of them or whatever already in the comments. But he said, bro, I can put up a space if you want to talk. And a couple people were chopping, snipping it and clipping it and posting shit. But one that's getting a bunch of traction, like 6 million fucking views on a space that only had 34,000 fucking people tune in, which is amazing. I don't mean to belittle 34,000. Like, we wish. But have you guys ever heard of Bohemian Grove?
No, where is that?
All right, so way back in the 90s, this crazy dude, and I won't go down a wormhole, 90 seconds or less. This crazy dude, some people say he's crazy, but Alex Jones started reporting on a place called Bohemian Grove. It's a 2,700 acre retreat in Monterey, California. It hosts they say it reportedly hosts annual gatherings of elites, including prominent. I'm reading a tweet right now, including prominent business leaders, former U.S. presidents, musicians, and oil bearings. Their purpose to escape the frontier culture or uncivilized interest of the common man for 2 weeks of heavy drinking, super secret talks, dirt worship, and other rituals. So I should have taken pictures, but I didn't have time because we got started so early tonight and this came out late. I have a book that was written by Time Life right around the time Time Life got sold. And it was a book of secret societies. And this is before the internet was what the internet is. And on the last page of this book, they tell you that they're all going to be fired for writing this book. And they all were fired for writing and publishing that book. Every fucking one of them lost their job for it. And in the last two chapters, there's 8 chapters or 8 sections of this book. One is Bohemian Grove, and one is the Skull and Crossbones at Harvard or at Yale. And they give you the original members list of that, and they post pictures of the rituals at Bohemian Grove, where they're burning these owls, not post, they're in the book, burning owls, and they have pictures of predominant leaders there and shit. So the place is very real. People have broke into it on camera and been chased out. It's guarded 24/7. It's owned by somebody really rich. They do these weird owl rituals, and it's always been like very hush hush. They burn these big massive owls and shit. Anyways, that's the fucking rabbit hole. Um, Kid Rock recently talked about Bohemian Grove, which really caught my attention. I grew up in a household or in a whole family that like, man, I grew up knowing who Alex Jones was and whatever. My whole family is doomsdayers and shit. they've got fucking, I'm not lying, they've got 50,000 rounds in toolboxes and shit. Yeah, 50,000 rounds in toolboxes and shit, like fucking ready to go. And Bohemian Grove was a thing back then, and then I never heard about it. And then Joe Rogan, I believe it was, kind of mentioned it when Kid Rock was on. Maybe it wasn't Joe Rogan, maybe it was someone else.
It was
And
Joe Rogan.
Kid Rock just started talking about it. He's like, yeah, whatever. And he didn't make much of it. You could tell he didn't really want to talk about it. Well, Ryan Garcia went into a space with Andrew Tate. So credit to Andrew Tate. Credit to Mario Nafal, whose tweet I just read. I wasn't trying to do the whole plagiary thing. I was just giving him credit and building up to our little moment where I'm going to play the sound clip here. So let me post his stuff in the comments before I do that. So his stuff is here if someone could pin it, but I will play it so nobody has to tune out the audio of the space if they do not want to. Here is Ryan Garcia talking to Andrew Tate on Twitter Spaces when he mentions Bohemian Grove. I gotta unplug the phone and get it a little closer.
Bro, I don't give a fuck, bro. They held me down and they made me watch little kids get raped. I don't give a fuck anymore. Where? Bro, they fucking took me to the fucking woods, bro, and they fucking tied. I'm not fucking joking, bro. I have fucking proof, bro. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I fucking will show you every fucking video you could ever fucking believe. Bohemian Grove is real. They fucking tied me down and they made me fucking watch, dog. I absolutely don't give a fuck anymore. Yes. Because they want to take us off.
So I'm not getting into any conspiracies here. It just really caught me off guard to hear him mention Bohemian Grove. The tweet has 11 million fucking views in a couple of hours already for a reason. Well, for like a day, for a reason. I won't be surprised if it doubles or triples that. And that's just a tweet. That's that's one guy's fucking tweet. The guy has, well, he has 1 million followers, so he's a real big deal, even though I don't know who he is. So fucking credit to him. But that is, regardless, he is on his way out, in my opinion, because if all of what he's saying is real, his career is over. They own the media. They own everything. That is a group of the most powerful people financially in the world. It's not a conspiracy. They are a real group. They have been filmed and pictured multiple times. They try to keep it in secrecy, but everybody wants to know. So his career is over either way, in my opinion. And whatever videos he may have on his phone, he shouldn't have on his phone if they involve the things that he mentioned that I don't want us repeating in here, because I don't want this to get scrubbed from YouTube. If that's on his phone, then that's probably, they got you by the balls. It's on your phone. I don't know, man. What a fucked up situation by a guy who I really had pinned as just like a great guy. And I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying, like, fuck, he just seemed like he was in a way better place than this not that long ago. Andrew, you're holding a co-host spot, and then throw it over to Dead because he ain't got on the mic all night.
No, I want to go last. Let Daniel go
All
after
right.
me.
All right, Andrew, go ahead. Then Daniel, and then Dead picks.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the kid's having a mental breakdown. None of us really know what's going on in his life, so it's really hard to make any judgments. But what I do want to say is I am a big believer in the law of association. If you hang around with bad people, you probably won't be in a good place. If you hang around with good people, you'll probably be in a good place. Clearly, with the promotion he's with, and the guy that promotes him, he's a heavy drug addict. I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan Garcia has fallen down that path. I hope I'm wrong, but if you kind of like look at his face and some of these interviews he's done and the thing with Haney, his eyes look different to me. So yeah, I think he needs to, whatever he needs to do to get his life back on track. I think he needs to get himself around some better people, a new promotion if he's going to continue his boxing career, and I just think he needs to focus on some personal growth.
So, quick comment on what you said. That clicked up for me really, really quick. Because his interview with Ariel that he did recently, where he's calling out O'Malley and talking shit to Haney and all this other shit, tons of comments about his eyes and having the sniffles, sniffing every so often.
Mm-hmm. And
And
tell me, who does he know that does that same shit?
oh yeah, and like, yeah, I'm sure in mass amounts and shit. And I'm not trying to throw that out there. I'm just saying that I didn't, when I was writing this up, that didn't come to my head. But as soon as you said that, all of that came to my mind really fast. Yeah, that's probably, he's probably fucking tweaking out of his mind right now, bro. Man, whatever horrible shit he went through, I'm not dismissing. And yeah, just goddamn. Daniel, go ahead.
Oh, I just looked it up, and now I'm tweaking over Bohemian Growth. Honestly, man, it sounds like a cult to me. Bad news, Supreme Court cases, court cases. It's just another cult. So F them. Like Scientology, F them. That's all I have to say about that.
I would suggest doing more than 30 seconds research. Dead picks. Go ahead, brother.
I will.
Yeah, so I was at work last night when Ryan was going through this little I guess you can call it mental breakdown, and I was keeping up with the tweets, and there was a lot of deleted tweets that people aren't seeing, or maybe they have been going around and I just haven't been paying attention because I've been sleeping, and I woke up right to the space, so I don't know what's been going on between then, but around like 3 in the morning in Chicago time, so keep that in mind. Chicago time, around 3 in the morning to like 6 in the morning, I was trying to keep up with this as much as I can. While
So that's midnight. So that's midnight to 3 a.m. That's bar time, bar closing time if he's out west. Just to point that out. Not cutting, just to point that out.
right, literally, yeah, yeah. So adding to that point, yeah, but he was saying that like his account was hacked. He was like all these. I screen recorded all these tweets. I screen recorded a bunch of them. I was sending them to the group chats, to the uncensored chat, I guess I should say. And yeah, I was talking to Young Boy about it, and he wasn't really giving me a lot of feedback because I mean, obviously all the guys were sleeping, but I guess I was talking to myself. But yeah, he was basically all these tweets were just like being deleted, and he was talking about like more than like just Bohemian Grove. It was there was other stuff that he was talking about. Stuff that I don't want to say because of YouTube and how they censor certain topics. But yeah, it was. I don't know, man. When I was seeing those tweets, like like leading to what Andrew was saying about the sniffles, how the La Jolla gets down, and how you were saying about bar closing time. Yeah, it could be like a mixture of those two things. Leading to like to him watching a couple YouTube vids. Psychotic. Like breakdown. Like him trying like be like, oh, I'm in these circles. How like maybe like him feeling guilty by association. But I mean, but the stuff that he was saying, man, like he was like, he was like implying that that he was there, that this stuff was happening to him. He was in certain position scenarios, and that I mean, I'm trying to like play both sides here. Like it could be a psychotic breakdown, a guy going crazy, right, off the off the shits, or it could be a guy guilt tripping, like a guy that's just had enough, like, and he's been like very I don't want to say spiritual, but I guess yeah, spiritual, like in these tweets, going back to God, referring back to God in these tweets, like talking about how he is God on his side and Jesus on will protect him, and then so like I don't know, man. He could be like tinfoil hat, just like going crazy. But he's been to
Hey,
these
hey, Deb,
places. What's up?
where you from, bro?
Chicago.
So you know I'm from Detroit, right?
Right. Yeah.
You know how you know when somebody's on PCP? Because they get high and start talking about Jesus and shit. I'm not saying that he's on PCP. I'm just saying that
I'm.
what you're saying about like your what Andrew said plus what you're saying about
I
like
freaking knew it.
getting religious, bro, like that is definitely drugs.
You
Like
gotta
I gotta feel
understand.
like this man. Who is he tested by? Does he have to be tested out of competition?
He's talking about that he'll set up his own drug test, that he'll live stream these drug tests, that he's not scared to take drug tests live. You gotta understand, bro. Like in being Mexican, bro. Like religion's like everything, bro. Growing up, like so even like if you were never really religious, like you still kind of like it's in you, like and him being Mexican, I don't think that shit helps, So, like, I feel like his connection with God, all that. I don't know what his, what his stances are, but like, man, bro, I'm just saying though, like, I would not be surprised, if what he's saying, what he was, what he went through is true, like all the stuff that he's trying to expose. And to your point, man, like I was telling Youngboy, bro, I think this is over for him. Like, no matter what, if this is psychotic breakdown, where this is him, like, trying to expose whatever. I think it's over, bro. I think he's mentally done, bro. I think if the Tank fight happens, bro, I think this kid's gonna get really hurt. I don't think this kid can ever bounce back. I mean, I was never really a fan of the guy. I always saw him as a TikTok, Instagram kid. Influencer boxer, glorified influencer boxer is what I saw him as. But fuck, bro, like it's just I don't know, man. Like like I've seen, like I know what you meant, like like maybe he's drugged up, but fuck, bro, like I just smoke weed. I'm a weed smoker, and I'm the same way, dog. I'm the same way, bro. I'm just saying. Like I
That's
could get
Ryan
down. I
Garcia.
can understand. I can understand.
That's Ryan Garcia, bro. Off the fucking deep end, bro. That's the fucking end of it. All
Was
right,
that the
so that's
Roadrunner
all I
shit?
got. Fucking Trace, you're a betting man. What odds would you give me if I wanted to bet you $10? You could write it down somewhere. I need to know what odds I get. I want to bet that Ryan Garcia will be entered or submitted or turn himself into rehab in 2024. I want the odds that he will. I want to I want to place my money that he is on drugs. What odds would you give me on that?
That he's on drugs.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that he's
I
gonna enter
get to say
rehab.
that he's on drugs.
Oh, I'd give him at least probably a minus 250.
So $10 gets me like,
You said to enter rehab?
yeah, he's got to enter
Oh,
rehab in
into
No, you're
2024.
rehab,
getting
into
plus money
rehab.
for that,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. That's probably a plus 225 instead.
You want to
that'll,
take my
that'll,
action, bro? I
the
get all of
the
20.
problem is he is on some shit. It's just he ain't gonna turn himself in.
So you want to take my action?
What
I
you
got
got?
$10 by the end of 2024 that he goes into rehab. If not, then you win. But I get to the end of 2024, I'll take plus 200.
So you pay me $20 if I'm right, or I guess it's $30.
No, 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 no. I pay you $10 if I'm wrong. You pay me plus 200 on my money if I'm right.
Oh fuck! I'm not paying. You paint me into a corner.
I thought you were the sports book. You're the gambler over here.
Hey man, I pass on some shit though.
All right. So that's it. We went way, way over that fucking fight card breakdown. I knew it was a pay per view. I'm not mad. I'm not bitching.
Yeah. More thing you fights and it's a bunch of big ones too. So you know that one's gonna roll.
Oh, wait
Yeah,
till 300
300,
next month.
bro. 300. I'm just gonna clear the space.
Don't worry, guys. After 300, the rest of them are like the next couple cards are dookie. We'll be done in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but 300 is the whole space. I will clear everything. Andrew will show up an hour after we start and be like, "Where you at?" We'll be like, "Second fight, get ready to go." Fuck. That's all I got, Trace. Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you everybody who's been in here for hours. Thank you everybody who's been here the whole damn time. We're over on YouTube right now. You hear some adjustments. You see some things different. We're trying to get ready to stream over on multiple services. Doesn't do much for anything if you're just listening to us on Twitter, but it could help us out. Try the website, capmma.com if you haven't. I know I've been overpromising it for about a week and a half now, but I am running the test on the tail of the tape stuff. I am using it pretty efficiently. I'm going to turn it over to the team tomorrow and ask all of them to run it 5 or 6 times under each promotion. And then I'm just going to code it right into the odds board. So tail of the tape for UFC, PFL, and one. Any active or retired fighter, if you want to look up a retired fighter and just say, hey, what would the tail of tape be versus this old guy versus this young guy? You'll be able to type it all in and get side-by-side comparisons. That's all I got. Thanks for hosting, Trace. Thanks for sticking it out, bro. We've been at this a long time today. Dead Picks, I know you've been streaming this shit the whole time. You probably plugged the laptop in, huh?
What's up, man?
You probably had to keep this shit plugged in for this one, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm plugging in and out. It's all good. It's all good. It's what we do, man. This laptop's literally dedicated for this shit. When I bought it, I kind of knew it was gonna be for this. I just didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, that's all right. You do now, and we appreciate it. Trace, say whatever you got, bro. Just shut me off if you need to. I'm done.
Yeah, man. I think we said it all, brother. I think it's that's a card, man. Good luck. Good luck on your bets. If you followed us, man, I hope you followed some good bets from some of the many takes that we had on this card.